Dreams and Their Meanings by Horace G. Hutchinson. Originally published in 1901. Now edited for modern English and republished in 2023 by Benjamin Davidson, DreamWizard. Editor's Foreword. Greetings, dear reader. You will find here a lesser-known work by accomplished amateur golfer Horatio Gordon Hutchinson, 1859 to 1932, erstwhile writer of books on the subject of golf and other sporting themes. In the opening salvo of the first chapter, Hutchinson explains such an unlikely turn in subject matter, from the father of golf instruction, as he has come to be known today, to a commentator upon stories regarding the psychology and phenomena of dreams. Your humble editor will not steal his thunder in telling the tale for him, beyond noting that this is a work of unique form, precisely for being primarily an aggregation of experiences sent to the author at his invitation, representing not the writer's own theories, but the stories shared by his readers. In a major deviation from your humble editor's own habit of loquacity, this introduction will remain brief, as the material is eminently approachable by both layman and adept, requiring naught but every hope of felicitous enjoyment. Benjamin Davidson, DreamWizard, December 2022, Portland, Oregon. Chapter 1. What science has to say about them. I ought to explain why I, being a person without any of the scientific attainments that would fit one for the task, take it on me to write of dreams. It occurred to me that there were certain kinds of dreams common to nearly everyone, using the word in a liberal sense and not in the grudging spirit of the man who objected to 99 ducks being spoken of as a round 100. Everyone is familiar with the dream of falling over a precipice. A great many people know the dream that they are flying. Few have not dreamed that they have entered a polite assembly in a costume very much more appropriate to a Turkish bath than to their visionary surroundings, and there are many other common, generally familiar dreams. This being so, I was struck by the fact that no one seemed to have tried to find the common cause of each kind of familiar dream, respectively. If 3/4 of mankind, say, dream that they are falling over precipices many times in their lives, and half of mankind dream nearly as often that they are flying, then it seems only reasonable to think that some tolerably constant cause must produce the one, and some separate constant cause the other. There seemed at least a strong probability that this was so. Seeing that no better qualified person than myself appeared inclined to tackle the problem so suggested, I took it upon myself, rushing in where angels seemed fearful to tread, to write an essay in Longman's Magazine, briefly stating the problem and asking for lights. Lights came in abundance that was rather dazzling and stupefying. I had rashly asked people to help me by giving me their own experiences and ideas, and I was deluged with letters on the subject. As a result, I was so pelted with experiences as to bewilder my own ideas completely, and make the daily burden of the postman almost too heavy for him to bear. The experiences were interesting, and the ideas were illuminating. I can never be sufficiently grateful to those who took the wholly gratuitous pains of communicating them to me. What came to me as the most striking illumination of all was the discovery that the subject possessed so much general interest. It was quite astonishing. It is this discovery that has made me so very bold as to attempt this volume, discussing the whole subject of dreams in a more or less comprehensive, though altogether in a popular way. When I attempted my first essay on the dream problem, I was assailed by one critic using a rather heavy bludgeon for the berating of a butterfly, because I displayed ignorance of the writings of the learned on the general subject of dreams. It would have needed extraordinary acuteness on my part to conceal such ignorance. More ignorant few men could have been. Since then, I have read as much as I could lay hands on of what the learned have written, with the feeble grasp that a hopelessly unscientific brain has of matters scientific. But my critic need not have bludgeoned so heavily, for I fail to discover that the particular problem was ever tackled as I stated it, or apparently ever realized by the learned. And certainly, at that time, I wrote with no idea of treating the subject of dreams comprehensively, even from the most popular point of view. Now, my grasp on the scientific details being but feeble, I shall not try to explain to anybody else what I have not been able to explain to myself, and, as far as possible, I shall avoid all references to different nerves of the body and cells of the brain that fulfill different functions. A few words touching on the physiological aspect of the subject are almost inevitable if we are to get any idea of the stuff that dreams are made of. If anyone who has not yet studied the physiology of the subject is disposed to do so, he may have fat pasture of the kind for his brain in the works of Maury, Macario, Volkite, and Wundt. Of our own countrymen, Dr. Carpenter and Sir H. Holland have perhaps said most that is to be understood by the general reader. But in most points it is not easy to go behind or beyond Maury's book, which is as interesting and intelligible as it is instructive, although it is doubtful whether the factor which he suggests as the chief one in determining the lines that dreams will take is likely to be accepted by the great majority. Of that, however, I will treat later. In the first place, before we can get any clear idea of what happens when we dream, it seems almost necessary that we should try to clear up our notions as to what happens when we sleep. What does going to sleep mean? It is not easily answered. But even before answering this question, we are met by the question whether we dream all the while that we are sleeping. It is a question that the learned have answered very diversely, so much so that their answers seem fairly to balance each other, and we are left with a tolerably open sheet on which to set down our own convictions. There are those who hold that we only dream at the very moment of awaking. But, though it is certain that dreams make such mincemeat of time and space that we can dream of events extending over hours and miles in a few seconds, it is no less certain that the mind is often hard at work during sleep. We speak, we move, we laugh, and so on, long before the moment of waking. If this is to be called a dream, and certainly it is the common use of the term, then it is obviously certain that dreaming is not confined to only the moment of waking. On the other hand, if by dream we are to mean only an operation of the mind during sleep of which the dreamer is conscious when he wakes, then the problem remains unanswered. Although it is to be said that on being suddenly awakened, most people invariably find that the sudden waking has broken off a dream. And this seems to make it very probable indeed that the mind is unconsciously active all the while that we sleep, but that it is comparatively seldom that the memory of its activity remains with us when we awake. When we awaken gradually in a normal manner, it is likely that the impressions conveyed to us as we regain full use of our sensory apparatus gradually efface those feeble ones that have come to us during sleep, and so we forget the latter. In the case of sudden awakening, memory and attention become active before any awakening sensory impressions have intervened to obliterate the impressions made in sleep. Incidentally, the question arises as to the meaning we are to give the word dream. It would be far more convenient to restrict it to, quote, operation of the mind during sleep that is remembered on awakening, unquote. But since in common parlance we use it of any operation of the mind during sleep, of which others may take notice, it is better perhaps to use it in its common sense. Although, if we adopt the view that the mind is active throughout all the sleeping hours, we must look on dreaming as a constant accident of sleep in that sense. Sleep, so far as we can understand it, is a means of repairing fatigue by rest. Chemically described, it is the repairing of the waste in tissues, nerves, and cells caused by oxidation. The rate of the circulation is lessened, and the heat of the body is lowered. On the other hand, the heat of the brain is increased, and there is a greater flow of blood into its cells than in the normal waking state. Curiously enough, this influx of the blood is found to produce one of two almost opposite conditions: a comatose congestion that accompanies sleep, or a hyperexcitability, such as we are very familiar with when we lie awake with a hot head and cold feet. It also happens, and generally, or perhaps always happens in sleep, that some of the cells of the brain, which correspond on the psychical side to certain mental faculties, are in the state of comatose congestion, while others, cells corresponding to other faculties, are in the state of higher excitability. Further, it would appear that it is always those faculties of attention, will, judgment, and reasoning, which we may call the higher faculties, that become comatose during sleep, while the imaginative faculty becomes hyperexcitable. It may be difficult to see why the influx of blood should produce congestion in the one and this hyperexcitability in the other. There is a scientific explanation which it does not matter to give here. Perhaps it may best be understood by the familiar analogy of gout, a complaint that we see produced equally by over-richness or by penury of blood, opposite conditions of blood producing almost the same effect. As in the case of the different parts of the sleeper's brain, almost opposite results come from the same condition of the circulation. As the circulation to the outer or peripheral nerves is lowered during sleep, the senses with which they communicate become less active. So, when a man falls asleep, he is in this condition so far as his mental processes are concerned. His reasoning power, which we may take to include will and judgment and so on, and his attention are practically gone, comatose or fast asleep, whereas his imagination is abnormally active and wide awake, and his senses are in the condition of semi-activity, in which we find them when we begin to come to after a dose of anesthetic. That seems to be a fair account of the condition of the sleeper, only he did not go to sleep with his mind in the condition of tabula rasa, and this is important to remember in considering the dream question. His mind was not vacant. It was occupied with something. It is not as if the sleeper crossed a line when he fell asleep and left all his previous chain of connected thought behind him on the other side of that line. It is hard to say that there is any hard and fast line of the kind. And, in any case, it is quite certain that, if there be such a line, the mind goes on making its chain, link by link, as the sleeper crosses that line. In fact, we may say that we are all forging our lifelong chain of associated ideas without a break from birth to death, and, for all we know, both before birth and after death. There is a break, of course, in the shape of a new starting point now and again, when the chain is interrupted by some object striking the senses, which interrupts the association and starts a new line of thought. But if we are to carry on the metaphor, these points of departure would be better marked by some difference in the link in the one long chain, say by an iron ring instead of the ordinary link, rather than by a new chain altogether. I can quite well imagine that it will occur to someone to ask me why I should have bothered to keep attention separate, seeing that I have jumbled up will and judgment together under the heading of reasoning, as these are not entirely in abeyance in dreams, but generally, and always in some degree. I think it will be seen that attention is sometimes present in dreams, so that we look at and are conscious of ourselves dreaming, while the other higher reasoning faculties are quite in abeyance, and that the faculty of attention is also sometimes quite in abeyance even in some waking states, as, for instance, in the state of reverie, when we pursue a train of thought quite unconsciously, and only when recalled to ourselves, as we say, do we realize our mental action, that is, when our attention is drawn to what we are doing. The two ways in which the lengthy chain of lifelong thought is forged prevail in our sleeping mental operations no less than in our waking ones. That is to say, there is 1. The association of ideas working on and on indefinitely until it is interrupted by 2. The appearance of some object of sense that either mingles itself with the previous series of ideas and impressions or starts a new series. These interruptions occur less often in sleep than in the waking state, for many obvious reasons. Usually we sleep in quiet, in the dark, in the absence of objects to strike the senses, and also the nerves that communicate with the senses are in a state of lowered sensibility, owing to the slower circulation. All this gives the other way, as the cooks say, a more free chance, and the reasoning faculty that would tell us when the association of ideas is leading us to impossibilities being in abeyance, our mind wanders on from absurdity to absurdity of imaginative conception, which is not matched in all the 1001 Arabian Nights. Some writers, and Mowry, I think, among them, divide the central incitements of dreaming into 2 heads. By central incitement, it should be said, we mean the starting off of a dream in the brain itself. Thus, any dream arising from the association of ideas would be said to be started from a central incitement. But they also invent another kind of central incitement in the form of some physically suggested thought. Such a thing may occur, but it is not very easy to see, in the first place, how those people know that the dream started from an accidental physical change in the brain rather than elsewhere, nor, secondly, what special advantage or convenience is gained by distinguishing a dream starting from a sensational cause in the brain itself from a dream starting from any other sensational cause. The useful division to make seems to be between the dream operation that is a simple continuation of the chain of associated ideas or impressions, and the dream that is started or modified by some object appealing to one or other of the nerves. This simple division covers all the ground, and it is not easy to see the advantage of complicating it. Hartley, indeed, makes a third heading or class, under which he puts ideas and impressions lately received among the originating causes of dreams. But it is evident that these fall under the head of association of ideas and impressions. Mowry's theory of associated fibers in the brain spontaneously suggesting impressions is too subtle for us here. Of course, the appeal to our senses need not come from any outward object. More often, probably, it comes from something in our own body, some worry of the digestive business, some muscle growing cramped after lying long in one position, too much warmth or too much cold, and so on. But the other cases, in which a sleeper's dream has been occasioned or altered by a light brought into the room, a noise in the room, and so on, those are too many and well established for us to doubt that they do occur, even if our own experience did not confirm them. The Marquis de Hervé, who made a profound study of the whole question of sleep and dreams, took the view that sleep meant merely the loss of all sense, the brain remaining in its normal activity. I am purposely stating his case very crudely. This is, however, a view which Mowry disputes with perfect success, pointing out on the one hand that the avenues to the brain, by way of the senses, are by no means altogether blocked in sleep, and, on the other hand, that the activity of the brain in sleep is by no means of its normal kind. It may appear very singular, and indeed it is most curious, that a similar state of sleep and of waste repair is induced in the members of the body by an influx of blood to the vessels below the normal amount, as it is in the brain by an excessive influx of the blood, for it is correct enough to say that all parts of the body sleep in the chemical sense of the word. But Mowry points out that there is a congestion of too much blood, and also a congestion of too little blood. Again, we may make this seem less strange by remembering the analogy of the two types of gout, the one of the rich man and the one of the poor man, as we call them. It is the view of the Marquis de Hervé that dreams become more distinct in proportion as the sleep becomes deeper, in some degree following as a natural sequence on his theory that sleep means little else than the abeyance of sensation. He would therefore take the common phrase of deep, dreamless sleep to be a contradiction in terms. In the first place, it is not very easy to fix an exact meaning to the term deep, as applied to sleep. In common talk, I think we use it in two senses. We use it in the first place of a sleep that might be better called quiet, when the sleeper shows no sign of any mental agitation, no tossing, no mumbling of words. In another sense, we use it of a sleep from which there is difficulty in awakening the sleeper. The two senses are different, for sometimes it is easy to wake a sleeper out of a very quiet sleep, and comparatively difficult to wake him out of a sleep that gives indications of being troubled. So we cannot dogmatize on this point. In opposition to de Hervé, Mowry contends that a quiet sleep is dreamless. It is hard to see that he proves it any more than de Hervé proves his contention on the opposite side, strictly speaking. But the fact that whenever we wake a man suddenly, he always awakes to find that he was dreaming. This is strong evidence against there being any such thing as dreamless sleep at all. It is also not a little remarkable that the dreams of which we give the clearest indications to those who are watching our sleep are not those which remain most clearly in our waking memory as a rule, and it is evidence that tells much in the favor of the Marquis de Hervé's views. The somnambulist, I believe, almost invariably forgets not only all that he did in sleep, but almost all the train of thought that led up to his somnambulistic actions. If you wake a tossing or talking sleeper, he often will be found to retain but a very vague memory of the cause of his troubled movements and mumblings. As the Marquis de Hervé says, and as all our evidence shows, you are far more likely to get a lucid account of a dream from a man whose sleep has apparently been quite unvexed. It is a commonplace observation that all memory of a dream vanishes with wonderful quickness, unless its incidents be jotted down, run over in the mind, or told to another immediately on awaking. But there is no mystery in this. The fact that the faculty of attention is practically in abeyance fully accounts for it. And perhaps the wonder is rather that any memory of mental operations in sleep should remain at all in the waking mind, than that it should quickly vanish. Besides these originating causes of dreams that we have mentioned, Mowry has a whole class of creations, phantoms, or whatever we are to call them, to which he ascribes a very preponderating influence in the production of dreams. As described by him, there is not the very slightest doubt that they must have such a preponderating influence. Yet he surely makes a mistake in thinking that they are factors in the dream experience of ordinary men and women, as he describes them. He devotes a whole chapter to these phantoms under the heading of Hallucinations hypnagogiques. Mowry says, speaking of his own mind in particular, and clearly he deems his experience to be part of the common lot of man, the mind of the dozing man is beset with a whole host of hallucinations, appearances of people and places. In the sense that the mind goes on with its associations of ideas between waking and sleep, modified and perhaps altered entirely by some sound dimly heard as sleep draws on, this is of course true and a part of common experience. But until the attention so far falls into abeyance that we may be said to be actually asleep, the majority of us do not ever find ourselves taking part in a conversation with people we know to be dead, nor to commit any of the outrages on common sense such as we might commit in sleep, and such as Maury would have us believe that we commit in the society of those hypnagogic hallucinations. Notwithstanding, a considerable number of persons seem to have been conscious of these hallucinations, these creations of what they do not wish us to call a dream world, but may permit us to call a doze world. And, curiously enough, some of the people who seem to have been most conscious of them have been some of the learned people who have written on the subject. The Germans have invented a special name for the phantoms of the doze world, the Schlummerbilder, being synonymous with the hypnagogic hallucinations of Maury. These are generally visual images presumed to be occasioned by sensations aroused through some physical commotion of the nerves themselves in the absence of external cause. Yet, in spite of some learned argument in favor of these images being the stuff of which dreams are commonly composed, it is exceedingly doubtful whether more than a small minority are aware of these images at all. With most of us, it would seem more probable the association of ideas is sufficient to account for the raw material of most of our dreaming. There is one very curious thing about the way in which our ideas during sleep are associated with the ideas that were in our minds shortly before we went to sleep. It is the common experience of every schoolboy, as Lord Macaulay said, that the lines to be learned by heart for repetition in school, if conned over only carelessly the night before, will often be found clear in his mind in the morning. This would not be so curious if we could find any indication that the boy's mind was occupied with these lines during sleep. But in every case, that has come my way at least, the boy has declared that he did not dream of any such thing. He may have dreamed of cricket or football, but certainly not of his repetitions, and yet it assuredly looks as if his mind must have been busy with that unsavory subject during sleep, unknown to himself, or else how can he come to know it so much better? There is here an unexplained mystery, as it seems to me, nor can I find that any of the scientific books throw any real light on it. It is a common observation about dreams how absolutely their cause is beyond our control. We cannot determine what they shall be about by fixing our mind on any particular subject before we drop off to sleep, nor can we prolong a pleasant dream after waking out of it by thinking of its incidents when we again fall asleep. I am well aware that there are exceptions to this rule, people who claim, and no doubt justly, to be able to influence in a great measure the course of their dreaming thought, but they are in a very small minority. The rule most certainly is as I have stated. We cannot, by taking thought as we go to sleep, exercise any control over the course of our subsequent dreams. So true is this that there are 2 among the many who have written to me to say that if they especially wish to avoid dreaming of a certain subject that they think likely to engage their minds during sleep, they deliberately concentrate their thoughts on this subject as they lay their heads on the pillow, with the certainty that this would prevent its occurrence in their dreams. A very remarkable statement indeed, as it seems to me, given what we know about the schoolboy's repetitions, etc., which seem to argue so strongly in the opposite sense. It would almost seem to suggest the inference that 2 distinct mental operations go on while in sleep, that there is one set of ideas which we think unconsciously, and another set which we consciously dream. Further, while we are likely to think of the ideas on which our attention was set shortly before going to sleep, we are not at all likely to dream of them, on the whole. On the other hand, in dreams we are very apt to recur to all those ideas and impressions with which our minds are habitually occupied, though not those to which we have given a recent or forced attention, just as the schoolboy, though he has lately concentrated himself on his repetitions, more often dreams of the cricket and the football, which are the more natural and habitual occupations of his mind. As we have said, attention and study weaken as we drop off to sleep. As we lay our heads on the pillow, I think it is very common with most of us to say to ourselves, more or less consciously, "Now here I am, going to sleep at the end of another day. Let's see what I have done in this day." A mental review of the day's work then begins, and commonly ends, as the attention weakens, with the contemplation of the incidents in it that have most interested us. And this in spite of all our intention to keep our minds concentrated on a particular object. We may conjecture that the explanation of the exceptional cases noted above may be that this subject happens to be the one with which his mind has been most occupied during the day, the most remarkable incident of that day. Of course, this theory is rather contradicted by the experience of those who ensure avoidance of a certain subject in their dreams by fixing their minds on it as they lay down. But, again, perhaps their experience is too exceptional to be regarded as any valid argument on the general question. The schoolboy does not dream of his repetitions. It is to be noted that when a man's mind has been so engrossed in his work that it becomes the subject matter of his dreams, his sleep is seldom refreshing, and his state is morbid. This is to be explained on the physical side by saying that the apparatus employed in his daily work does not get its natural rest, does not sleep, in fact, and get the chemical constitution of its fibers and cells repaired. There is not the least doubt that when we begin to investigate this whole matter of dreaming, we have to be particularly on our guard against self-deception. It is so easy to imagine that we have visual hallucinations, or whatever we please to term them. So easy even to encourage ourselves to have them by unconscious self-suggestion. At every stage, we have to regard ourselves with the greatest suspicion for the purpose of such an inquiry, as not only possible but very probable frauds. This being so, it is permissible that we should mete out at least equal measure of this critical suspicion to the account of symptoms that others report to us. It is very difficult for us to avoid becoming slightly neurotic when our attention is constantly fixed on our own nerves, which are apparatus that we never ought to think about at all, and we are aroused to more than a suspicion of neurotic tendency in Maury, who has given us perhaps the most complete survey of the whole question by some of his statements of his own symptoms, both in the sleeping and the waking state. But if anyone desires a more full and exhaustive treatment than even Maury gives of the hypnagogic hallucinations, he had best read M. Baillarge's article in the Annals of Medical Psychology of the Nervous System. On this point, Maury says, "In the mind's eye, we think of people and objects that we hadn't thought of for years." He goes on to say that these appearances are proof that the more or less logical association of ideas cannot explain all dreams, because it is the phenomenon of the hypnagogic hallucination which continues here. Proof is always a mighty big word. It means a great deal, and, with the highest respect to M. Maury, it certainly seems too big a word for the kind of evidence he offers us, just as his use of the word "because" seems to be a word of far more strict logical sequence than we can find justified by the force of his argument. It does not follow in the least that the phenomenon was suggested of necessity by something outside that association, because we cannot trace the association of ideas right on from their source to this or that phenomenon, or link in the chain. Indeed, the ordinary mind is rather surprised than otherwise when suddenly asking itself the question, as often happens, "What in the world made me think of such or such a fact or person?" It succeeds in answering the question in tracing the train of thought to its source. And if there be this difficulty in tracing the course of waking thought, how much more likely that there would be difficulty about tracing the much more loose, irresponsible, and uncontrolled suggestions of ideas during sleep, when, for the time being, the attention was scarcely alive at all to take notice of it. The operation of the attention has so large an effect in determining sleep or wakefulness that no other mental faculty has so much. A very dull sermon or book that lets the attention flag is an excellent soporific. If we are wakeful, with the attention concentrated on some worry despite ourselves, the best means of dispelling that wakefulness is to read a book which shall distract the attention to another topic. The same function is intended to be performed by the sheep going one by one through the gate. Concentration of mind, even the listening for an unexpected sound, is fatal to sleep. Absence of concentration is its condition. This is not a synonym of sleep, for after the attention falls into abeyance, the semi-comatose condition of the senses has to supervene before one falls asleep. A very curious fact is related to me out of the experience of one of the many people who have been good enough to help me with instances about dreaming. It is to the effect that when the writer falls lightly and for a short time asleep, he always finds his dreams are of events that have happened lately. On the contrary, when he is awakened from a sound sleep, he always finds his dream occupied with events that happened long ago, almost as if the thought in sound sleep went back to some of the deeper layers of reminiscence. It is a case that is the more worth noting because it seems as if it might throw some new light on the many problems that still beset the whole inquiry, were it found to be confirmed by others. It does, however, require a good deal of corroboration to make it of any value for the drawing of inferences. But if it should be found to be a typical condition in dreams, it must seem as if it had some connection with the tendency so often observed in the very old, whose intellectual powers are failing, to remember events that happened long ago far more clearly than the events of yesterday. It is also worth remark, and is not altogether alien from our subject, that the perception of time, which is so altogether wanting in dreams, depends almost entirely on the attention. The attention is in abeyance in dreams, and so too the perception of time. The typical case, and historical instance, is that of Lord Holland, who fell asleep while a book was being read to him, awoke to hear the completion of a sentence that he had heard started, and dreamed a dream extending over a considerable time in the momentary interval. Of course, the loss of time perception is not restricted to the dream state, although it is in that condition that it is most constantly and completely exhibited. In minutes or even hours of waking reverie, not to speak of the trance and the like abnormal states, we lose all idea of time, and confess as much in common talk, more or less consciously, when the clock strikes or the dinner bell sounds to arouse us, and we spontaneously say, "By Jove, I had no idea it was so late." It is more than probable that the whole conception of time, depending on the exercise of the attention, which is an exercise of the reasoning power, scarcely exists among the lowest nations of mankind, and is developed progressively with the development of the reasoning faculty. Evidently, a complex state of society, requiring a nice fitting of the various duties of the day, fixed meal times, and the rest, demands a far closer attention to the occupation of time than is required in the pastoral, nomadic, or hunter states. An American, who had been much among the Indian tribes, described to me their indifference to time as something almost divine, to use his own word. A band of the Pawnees, he said, would sometimes encamp for a while in the neighborhood of his homestead on their way to a certain forest, where they found suitable poles for their wigwams. Sometimes they would go on the next day, or sometimes they would stay for a month, or even 3 years. That was the longest period that he named to me, before moving on to complete the business on which they had set out. Nor did they seem to be actuated by any motive for staying or for going. No plan involving any concern with time seemed to have entered into their heads, unless it were to move on when their present wigwam poles should actually fall to pieces. My informant added that though he and all the neighborhood were on excellent terms with the Indians, they were greatly relieved when at length they did decide to move, because one and all were expert and unscrupulous horse thieves. The whole story illustrates an indifference to time that may indeed be described as divine, or equally well as dreamlike. In a work such as this, it is not perhaps worthwhile to go deeper into the physiological side of sleep and dreaming. Without some little sketchy attempt of the kind, it did not seem very easy to bring the reader up or down to that equal state of ignorance with the writer, which is necessary if they are to understand each other in the chapters that follow. If any are brave enough to go further into this subject in the writer's company, the latter believes he can promise them less dry and dismal entertainment in the pages to come. Chapter 2. Their Association with Ideas of Immortality. When man first came to such power of mind as to be able to look on at his own mental operations and take intelligent cognizance of them, his first dream must have been a very funny experience. He did not set out equipped with a very perfect system of psychology, as we are, a system so perfect that we change it for the better daily with each new book of each new psychologist. So, this primitive man, waking up one morning from the first dream, the first experience of the kind of which he had an intelligent consciousness, he says to his wife, "I have seen my father, whom we saw killed a year ago. He came and talked to me last night." This makes a new departure in the ideas of the man and his wife about the nature of mankind. No doubt he had not formulated his ideas very clearly, but, such as they were, here was a distinct and definite addition. His father, whom he had seen killed, had come to talk to him. His father, therefore, was not dead, and yet he had seen the father's body, or one of his bodies, die and perish. It was therefore evident that his father was composed of two beings, one of which was dead, and the other still alive, and capable of reappearance. Thence, the primitive dreamer would quickly come to the idea of the survival of a part of the man, of one side of his being, so to speak, after the death of the other. How long after, we do not know, nor when the idea of immortality, of everlasting deathlessness of the soul, came in. This is probably a very much later notion, and we find Socrates, who is not to be regarded altogether as a primeval savage, introducing the idea as a new one, and one so strange as to require some little apology for its introduction in the last book of the Republic. The life of a man after death is one thing, and the immortality of the soul is quite another. It is the former idea that the dream suggested to the mind of primitive man. The suggestion may have led eventually to the latter idea, but there was a length of mental traveling to be done before arriving there. In the meantime, primitive man, to whom the world was open like an oyster, had other and more immediate things to occupy him. In one dream he saw his father, whom he had previously seen killed. In the next dream he saw things at a great distance away from the place in which he was sleeping. When he awoke, we may suppose him telling his wife that he had been on a journey into a far country and never had traveled so quickly before, on which his wife would contradict him and say that he had been here all the time, asleep in this place. At first, the man probably denied this, and the wife would not insist, for the women's rights had not yet been invented. The instrument of conviction in those days was not the syllogism, but the stout stick. So the wife would acquire the art that modern women have lost, that of silence. But after a while, the husband would learn from others besides his wife, others as well equipped as himself with the weapon of primitive conviction, that he had not stirred from beside his fire, even though he appeared to himself to have gone into a far country. So then he would acquire another idea, supplementary to his notion about the life of his father's soul after death. He would argue that while he himself, to all appearance, was altogether here, asleep by this fire, it was, in reality, only half of himself that remained there, the other half journeying off to a far country and seeing strange things. The conclusion of that, again, was that man was composed of two parts, of which one would stay asleep by the fire and the other go wandering. And it was likely that this same other part that went wandering when the first part was asleep also went wandering when the first part was dead. Thus, simply and naturally, the apparition of dead people is accounted for. It is all nice and easy. A singular point to be noticed about it all is that it is only in sleep, or in trance, or death, that the two parts seem able to disconnect themselves sufficiently for the one to go wandering off, independent of the other. In this, we see the beginnings of the idea of the prophetic trances that have pleased the notions of man in all countries at a certain stage of intellectual progress. Primitive man, being observant, as he had to be if he was to live, did not fail to notice that in those conditions of sleep, trance, and death, when the soul went wandering, there was a difference in the manner of breathing from the manner in which that man breathed when awake, and when his soul did not wander. In sleep, the breathing was slower and more regular, reduced again in trances, and finally quiescent altogether as death came on. The inference that there was a close connection, perhaps an identity, between soul and breath was natural and inevitable, so that we got the words spiritus, anima, pneuma, and so on in Latin, Greek, Sanskrit, Slavic, Turanian, and whatsoever language of mankind you will. In every case, the words are more or less interchangeable and synonymous for soul and breath. The breath was the outward and palpable sign of life that ceased with death as the soul left its tenement. And yet, the soul seldom appeared naked. It usually appeared clad with some kind of covering, always of the kind that it had worn during life, or would again wear in life if it were but the soul of someone sleeping, not of some dead person appearing. This is a consideration that leads to another line of the primitive man's thought. The late Professor Chandler, professor of moral philosophy at Oxford, used to say of those that tried to found an argument on the life after death from the appearance of dead persons' ghosts, that if ghosts proved anything, they proved too much, for they not only proved that the man was immortal, but that his hat and coat were immortal too, given that whenever you met a ghost, you always found it decently dressed. It is true, this seems a little too much for our mental swallow, but it was not at all too much for the savage. If ever there was a proverb that expresses wisdom garnered by hard experience, it is that which tells us, appearances are deceptive. The primitive man had not the faintest inkling of this solemn truth. He believed all that appeared to him with the simplicity of a new boy in his first term at school. In many ways he was very like that boy, just beginning in a strange school, in the lowest form. We must go back and have another look at that dreaming man with his wife by his side taking notes, to be used with much caution subsequently by reason of the instrument of conviction. He would go to sleep, and there would appear to him the vision of his dog in his dream, which he had buried a week ago when a wild beast had killed it. Naturally, therefore, he says to his wife when he awakes, "Ponto," the dog's name, "is like my father. He too has a soul that is alive, for he has been to see me." So that was quickly settled. Animals also have a soul that does not die when their bodies die. But there is yet more than this. A week prior, this primitive man lost his axe of stone, fathoms deep in a river, as he swam across. He could not find it by diving. It was completely dead to him, lost forever. Yet he went to sleep, and it appeared to him in his dream. He did not see it down in the depths of the river, or else there would have been nothing strange. It would have merely meant that his soul, his second self, went wandering and saw it there, being a better diver than his body. Rather, he saw the axe hanging up on the tree where he always used to hang it. It was there. So, this proved that, like his father and his dog, his axe had a soul too, a second self that could move about. It seemed a constant attribute of these souls to have much greater freedom of movement than the bodies to which they belonged. It was proved by the simple fact that he had seen it, for if primitive man had not assimilated the proverb that appearances were deceptive, he had a most perfect faith that seeing is believing. He believed because he saw. That was all. And from this belief, several rather singular results followed. He saw that his father had a life after death, and he had no reason to doubt that his father required the things that had been necessary for his existence in this life while in that life after death. The primitive man had no idea of an afterlife in which there was no eating and drinking. Had such a life suggested itself to his mind, he would have figured it was a life hardly worth living, seeing that his principal joys in the life that was familiar to him were just these, eating and drinking. His father, he would assume, would have need for the things that were essential to his subsistence here, for instance, his axe and his fire stick. Since these things also had a life after death, there was the less difficulty in conceiving his father using them in the life after death. In order that they should be ready at his hand in that future life, the custom grew of burying the material axes and fire sticks with people when they died, so that the souls of the dead should take the souls of these things with them into the spirit world. The burying of axes and so on probably did not mean that the primitive people thought the man's soul took away the actual material axe into the spirit world, but the notion was that the spirit man used the spirit axe, and that these were the handier for his use if the material part of them could be laid beside his material part. Of course, it is rather hard work trying to explain this mental process in the language of quite a different psychology from that of the person who thought by the medium of these processes. One can but do their best and ask the reader's good and intelligent help in trying to get the thing intelligible. In this notion of the souls of the material things, there does not seem to be any immediate foreshadowing of the Platonic notion of idea, though this too implied the existence of a spirit kind of axe in a supernatural world. But the Platonic idea seems to have been that there existed somewhere, in some supernatural world, a single and very perfect axe that was the type or model of all the imperfect and terrestrial axes, giving the mind of man who invented the axe his first suggestion. This is quite a different notion from that of the primitive man who conceives a supernatural existence of each axe and material thing of present use, an existence suggested to him by the appearance of these things in his dreams. These notions are quite distinct, needing another theory to be the connecting link between the two. If no very close relationship is to be traced between the primitive man's ideas of the souls of objects and the ideas that Plato recorded from the mouth of Socrates, it is far otherwise with another set of classical ideas less famous than those advanced by Socrates, but which have had much more influence on modern thought. They are the ideas that we associate with the name of Democritus. The relationship of these ideas to Plato's ideas, as those which Socrates is supposed to have enunciated are generally termed, is not very difficult to trace, but it is not much to the present purpose. What is more interesting is that those ideas of Democritus are a most important link between primitive and modern thought, and make the historical chain complete. We have seen the primitive man speculating about the apparitions that came to him in dreams, and inferring from them the souls of men, beasts, plants, and inanimate objects. However, it had not yet occurred to him to look on at himself thinking, to wonder how the machinery of thought went on. As soon as man began to look at himself from that point of view, metaphysics commenced, and they commenced with the ideas of Democritus. The question that Democritus asked himself was how his soul, or as we should say, his mind, got the perceptions of external objects. Hitherto, man had taken all this for granted. Such and such an external object existed. It was there, before his eyes. Naturally, he saw it. He was conscious of it. It occurred to Democritus that it was not so natural, in the sense of inevitable and explicable, and the more they began to consider the question, the more difficult it appeared to be to answer. The interest of their point of view consists quite as much in the fact that they asked themselves the question as in the answer they worked out, for it was the first time that mankind ever did put such a question to himself, so far as Western history shows us. That he should have done so then marks off the date and the school and the philosopher as making a new epoch in the history of human thought. Man took a distinct step upwards towards the gods and the pure light when first this question was put forth. The question itself would suffice to warrant that the answer should claim our interest, even if the answer in itself had no interest. But the answer had an interest, particularly in connection with our present subject, because it is supposed to have been drawn from the notion of those very object souls which primitive man invented to account for his dream visions. It was a notion familiar enough to the philosophers of early Greece. Everywhere in the ancient world we find the custom of burying things likely to be useful to the deceased in the grave along with him, kept up long after an active belief that he really would use them had passed away. Sometimes these things were not even useful, but only symbolic. Such were the jewelry that the Etruscans buried with their dead, and the little toys that we dig up from the mummy graves of the Egyptian. It is said that, to this day, the Eskimo bury toy canoes with their deceased. The early Christians placed playthings and clothing in the grave, and the German and Irish peasants bury their dead with a coin in the hand or mouth, even now. A question from that very learned and very interesting Mr. Tyler's book, Primitive Culture, in which all these things are discussed and instances cited at great length, shows what the custom was in the days of old Greece. He writes, quoting, Lucian is sarcastic but scarcely unfair in his comments on the Greek funeral rites, speaking of those who slew horses and slave girls and cupbearers, and burned or buried clothes and ornaments as for use and service in the world below. Of the meat and drink offerings on the tombs which served to feed the bodiless shades in Hades, of the splendid garments and garlands of the dead, that they might not suffer cold upon the road, or be seen naked by Cerberus. For Cerberus was intended the honey cake deposited with the dead, and the coin placed in the mouth was the toll for Charon, save at Hermione in Argolis, where men thought there was a short descent to Hades, and therefore provided the dead with no coin for that grim ferryman. How such ideas could be realized may be seen in the story of Eucrates, whose dead wife appeared to him to demand one of her golden sandals, which had been dropped underneath the chest, and so not burnt for her with the rest of her wardrobe. Or in the story of Periander, whose dead wife Melissa refused to give an oracular response, for she was shivering and naked, because the garments buried with her had not been burnt, and so were of no use. Wherefore Periander plundered the Corinthian women of their best clothing, burned them in a great trench with prayer, and now obtained his answer. Unquote. Instances might be multiplied without end, but enough is said to show that the notion of the souls of objects was very ready to the hand of Democritus and his school, whatever degree of credence they gave to the religious points involved. And they made use of their notion to form a theory of the manner in which man perceived external objects. The objects, according to the theory on which they answered the question they had suggested to themselves, were continually throwing off a likeness of themselves, the soul of themselves, or idea, according to the term that Democritus used. These likenesses absorbed the air of the atmosphere, and, entering into the soul of the recipient, enabled him to perceive the object. Fantastical enough, maybe, But whether the answer of Democritus is acceptable to modern thought in any degree, it is certain that modern thought began when he and his fellows posed their great question. However, the notion that there was some kind of objective reality in the species, some objective reality in our idea of an axe, say, survived down to a very late date in the history of human thought. This notion, though it is perhaps as akin to the idea of Plato as to that of Democritus, certainly owes its origin to the latter philosopher, and the theory suggested to him by the prevalent notion of the souls of objects. It is the ultimate triumph of modern thought to realize the idea, or general conception, as something purely abstract, with no material side to it at all, except the subtle changes in the brain cells in the recipient. One point of some interest that is raised by this ancient custom of burying with him in his grave the dead man's unburnt weapons, wives, and so on, is that it obviously implies the notion that the soul, or second self, is not dissevered from the body once and for all at the moment of death. If this were the belief, there would be no motive in burying the weapons along with a body from which all life had gone, and which could never possibly have any use for them. Clearly, the idea is that the soul or second self may come back to the terrestrial body, for a time at least, and so have the opportunity of taking the second self or soul of the axes. No doubt it is a notion that has grown from, or been encouraged by, the idea that the soul leaves the body for a while in sleep and in trance, and that the severance during death is greater in point of degree rather than kind. The idea that the soul hovers over and haunts for a while the spot in the vicinity of which the body is buried is one that has lived on down to times far remote from those of the primitive savage. To our modern ideas, as it was to Lucian, it seems a little hard to sacrifice the wife and the cupbearers. The custom was not confined to the Greeks. It was common to many nations. The best-known record is contained in Herodotus's description of the burial of a Scythian king. We might think that they could have reconciled humanity with good service to the defunct by the fiction that the wife's soul could go to the dead king while she slept, a journey that would have presented no difficulty to their notions, but they had no place for the sentimental and perhaps exaggerated value of human life that our modern notions give. Moreover, there is always the trouble that one wakes from sleep, and the soul returns. The description Herodotus gives of the Scythian king's funeral is one of the most tremendous in all literature. They took the dead king, his favorite wife, cupbearer, charger, and a number of guards, many days' journey out into the desert. The king they buried in his grave, with gold and silver ornaments, utensils, weapons, and garments. They killed his horse, his wife, and his cupbearer, and laid them in the grave beside him. Then, with this as a center, in a circumference around, they killed and staked 50 of his bodyguards, sitting on their dead horses, the horses themselves staked so as to stand upright. And so, in the silence and solitude of the desert, they left them. What a sight, what a company for the lone traveler to chance upon! The dead king on his horse, secondly his wife and cupbearer, and around them the guards in their grim equestrian circle, still, silent, and stark. It strikes one as the most horrible description to be found in literature, and it gains in the element of horror from the simple matter-of-fact manner of the description given by Herodotus, who allows himself no adjectives for its picturing. Just the stark facts suffice. This is an affair that only incidentally comes into a talk about dreams, but assuredly it is excellent material for a most terrific nightmare. The slaughtering of the horses evidently implies a belief that they had souls, which could accompany their master and serve them in the life after death. On the whole, then, and taking into the account all these various considerations, it is not at all too much to say that dreams were certainly the largest factor in natural religion towards inducing in primitive man a belief, not indeed in immortality, but in existence after the body that he was best acquainted with had died. Comparatively, It is singular how few religions assert any belief in the existence of the soul before its birth in the terrestrial body. This is possibly to be accounted for on the grounds that dreams would naturally show the sleeper nothing of which his waking sense had no cognizance. Nothing, that is to say, that he had not seen, heard, or so on, or combinations the imagination could weave out of these things of sense. Primitive man was by no means satisfied with our simple division of soul and body. In some cases he conceived of 2 souls, and even 3 or 4. There was the soul that could go about clothed with the body, so to speak, in sleep or death, the soul that he saw when he dreamed. Then there was the soul of which the outward and visible sign was the breath. In some systems of primitive psychology, these souls were identified as we have seen, and as the words anima, spiritus, and so on imply. But in other systems, they were held to be distinct souls. Some of the African savage races deem it dangerous to walk by the side of a river lest the shadow thrown upon the water be seized by a crocodile. All accounts agree that it is the shadow, not the reflection, that is liable to be seized to the man's undoing, but perhaps it is a point not sufficiently ascertained, and perhaps difficult to ascertain from those who speak a primitive and strange language. In Latin, umbra, and our use of shade, as in the shades of the departed, we find evidence of the identity of one of the souls with shadow. There arose a trouble, as we may assume, out of the idea that the soul of the man, with its body clothing it, went to some far distant country with the souls of wives, chargers, battle-axes, and so on, and yet appeared to a living man in his sleep. One way of getting over that difficulty was to suppose that the soul made a very rapid journey and came to appear before the sleeper on earth. Another way, in the language of the cookery books, was to think that while one soul remained in the far distant country, there was another soul that haunted the neighborhood of the place in which the body was buried, and appeared to people in their sleep from time to time. We still see surviving of this notion of ghosts haunting the place where the bodies they used to inhabit are interred. Therefore, it appears that there were no less than 4 souls in some psychologies, corresponding to the breath, the shadow, the apparition seen by the sleeper, and the soul conceived to be away in Elysian fields or Hades. And the last 2 of these ideas are derived from the apparition of dead folks to living sleepers, which may also have suggested the notion of something that did not die with the body, appertaining to the first 2 ideas as well. Some Africans also believe in a soul that goes to live in an animal in the bush. When we come to systems of psychology arrived at by a more advanced stage of mental evolution, dreams are found to give suggestions of a rather different kind. It is not a little difficult to know the degree to which we are indebted to primitive psychologies for our own more developed ideas of the soul. But we see the mingling together of a new set of ideas in which dreams have had much to say with an inheritance we may have received from earlier suggestions. According to the primitive notion, it is in dreams that the soul seems in some ways to act with the greatest freedom, to be least bothered and confined by the body. It has therefore suggested itself naturally enough that the apparent parting of the soul and body during sleep is but a temporary parallel to what happens permanently when the body dies. The sight, so to speak, of the soul leaving the body and wandering to far regions during sleep suggests the conception of what happens in death, only that the separation of soul and body is regarded as more complete during death, as it is also permanent. The dream state, therefore, is regarded at once as evidence and foretaste of the immortality of the soul when it shall be freed of its clogging terrestrial prison. Here, it is right to speak of the immortality of the soul, for by the time this idea that we are referring to had come into the psychologies, the idea of the eternal life of the soul had also been developed. To certain speculators, it was the apparent separation of the soul from the body during sleep that seemed the strongest evidence of the soul's independence of the body, and of a possibility of its separate life. The view is best expressed perhaps by Bishop Newton in his Dissertations, in the following words, quoting, "It is evident that the soul is in great measure independent of the body, even while she is within the body, since the deepest sleep that possesseth the one cannot affect the other, and while the avenues of the body are closed, the soul is still imbued with sense and perception, and the impressions are often stronger and the images more lively when we are asleep than when awake. They must necessarily be two distinct and different substances, whose natures and properties are so very different that while the one shall sink under the burden and fatigue of the day, the other shall be fresh and active as the flames. While the one shall be dead to the world, the other shall be ranging the universe. Why then should the death of the one be any more the death of the other than the sleep of one the sleep of the other? Since the soul can think and act in this manner without the body, even while united to it, why should she not be able to think and act in a more enlarged and more exalted manner when separated from the body, or united to a spiritual body that shall no longer hinder her operations? Since the soul hath her distinct joys and sorrows, pleasures and pains, while the body is senseless and asleep, why should she not be capable of the same when the body shall be no more?" Unquote. Thus his lordship the bishop. And although all this psychology sounds a sad muddle to us who have had our ideas of the dependence of mind and body a good deal further analyzed and developed, still the passage gives an excellent notion of the way in which dreams suggested the independence of the soul and body. Again quoting, "Why then should the death of the one be any more the death of the other than the sleep of one be the sleep of the other?" This sentence puts the point of view before us briefly and distinctly. Seafield quotes this passage from Bishop Newton in a chapter headed On Dreams as Arguments for Immortality, and follows it with a quotation from Letters to a German Princess on Diverse Subjects in Physics and Philosophy. Quoting, "Sleep furnishes something like an example or prefiguration of the state of the soul after death, as the union of soul and body is then in a great measure interrupted. Yet the soul ceases not from activity, being employed in the production of dreams. These are usually disturbed by the remaining influence which the senses exercise, and we know by experience that the more this influence is suspended, which is the case in profound sleep, the more regular and connected are our dreams. Thus, after death we shall find ourselves in a more perfect state of dreaming, which nothing shall be able to decompose. It will consist of representations and meanings perfectly well sustained." Unquote. Decompose is an apt term. As for the rest, the view of the correspondent that dreams are usually disturbed by the remaining influence which the senses exercise is no doubt as accurate as his inference therefrom is singular. Whether our dreams are more regular and connected in proportion as our sleep is more profound is in fact an interesting speculation, on which there will be about as many opinions as there are dreamers, save that a certain number of people hold the view that we do not dream at all in profound sleep. But this evidently is by no means the view of the correspondent in his communication to the German princess, on whom all must have compassion for the formidable nature of such correspondence. Porphyrius and Macrobius tell us of a fancy of the ancients that the souls of the dead dwell in the galaxy, or Milky Way as we call it, and these it is, according to Pythagoras, that descend to the earth and appear to men in dreams. Comparatively, we of the 20th century have been brought up with our ideas on subjective and objective so fully grown that it is very hard for us to put ourselves into the mental attitude of our savage forefathers. But I think the more we can succeed in doing so, the more we shall see that it was not only natural, but even inevitable that he should take the view of dreams that all evidence derived from observations of these savage tribes of today leads us to suppose that he did take. The view that the apparitions manifested in them were real. And, granted that, the inference followed of necessity that if he saw visions of people whom he knew to be dead, these people were living again in a life after death, and capable of revisiting the earth in their bodily shape and in the garments which they used to wear when on earth. In a word, he had the strongest grounds for inferring at once immortality, and also something that was equivalent to the resurrection of the body. It is an interesting speculation, though one that does not lead to much solidity of conclusion, what the course of human psychology would have been had it never happened to man to perform mental operations during sleep of which he retains consciousness on awaking. Had the world been peopled by men and women who never dreamed, it would have been not a little different. As history makers, dreams have played a big part. "We are such stuff as dreams are made on" is scarcely as true as if it were a little inverted to "we are such stuff as dreams have made us." Chapter 3. Divination from Dreams. Friday night's dream on Saturday told is sure to come true, be it never so old. From a book of children's nursery rhymes. The idea that dreams meant something, that they were sent for a particular purpose to warn us against a calamity that threatens to approach, or to point out to us a particular duty to perform, is made very familiar to us by the Bible stories. Therein we read repeated accounts of old men seeing visions and young men dreaming dreams, and it seems to have been the common and natural opinion of that time that these appearances could not have occurred for nothing. Often, this biblical view is quite different from what we have seen held by savage races, that the appearances seen in dreams were actually substantial things, that they were really seen with the eyes and not, as we believe, mere fancy. In some cases, God or his angel were spoken of as actually appearing, but another view prevails. In a dream, Joseph saw the sheaves of corn bowing to the monster sheaf. He saw it in a dream. That is to say, he saw it not with the eye of the senses, but with the eye of the mind. He did not suppose, as the savage would have thought, that he himself had gone to a cornfield during sleep and seen sheaves really behaving in this astonishing way. Apparently, he knew quite well that his eyes had not seen these things at all, but that his mind had fancied them. So far, his point of view was just what ours would be today. But from that point, his opinion would begin to show a great divergence. For, whereas most of us would dismiss the whole thing from our mind, perhaps with the observation that it was a funny dream, on the other hand, Joseph was convinced that this dream could only have come to him by supernatural inspiration. He held that it was sent to him for some purpose, to warn him of some coming event, and it behooved him, in humble gratitude for that premonition, to do his best to find out why it had been sent, and what it was intended to foretell. Just so are we all well acquainted with the result. It is a typical instance of the analogical interpretation of dreams, a system that was held in very high favor by most of the ancient onirocritics, or interpreters of dreams. But before we take a cursory glance at the different onirocritical systems, it will be rather interesting to note the division of the dreams that the Bible has thought worthy of mention, as marked by Seafield. It is not always easy to follow Seafield very exactly. Though his book shows an immense amount of research, it hardly seems as if the results were put before the reader as kindly, as clearly, and in as systematic a matter as the reader has something of a right to expect. Seafield thus describes the biblical dreams under 3 headings. 1. Dreams that come from God. 2. dreams that come from an agent of the devil pretending to be an angel, or from a human false prophet. And 3. Accidental dreams, as we may call them, that is, dreams not purposely suggested. The first of these headings is again to be subdivided into A. Dreams in which God himself is manifest, and B. Dreams in which the divine message is brought by an angel. As reference to the third, the accidental kind of dream, Seafield quotes Job chapter 20, verse 8. "He shall fly away as a dream, and shall not be found. Yea, he shall be chased away as a vision of the night." Then Psalm 73, verse 20. "As a dream when one waketh, so, O Lord, when thou awakest, thou shalt despise their image." Finally, Isaiah 29, verses 7 and 8. "The multitude of all the nations that fight against Ariel, even all that fight against her, and her munition, and that distress her, shall be as a dream of a night vision. It shall even be as when a hungry man dreameth, and behold, he eateth, but he awaketh, and his soul is empty. Or as when a thirsty man dreameth, and behold, he drinketh, but he awaketh, and behold, he is faint, and his soul hath appetite. So shall the multitude of all the nations be that fight against Mount Zion." Seafield adds, apropos of such passages, Dr. Lee judiciously observes, "When the sacred writers do not refer to divine revelation, or to the means by which it is imparted, we observe how carefully they indicate their clear appreciation of the fact that ordinary dreams and visions are altogether valueless." At the same time, it is to be noted as a significant fact that all the passages quoted by Seafield as showing that the Bible writings entertained the idea of a class of dreams that were altogether without importance are taken from writers of comparatively late date, from Job, Psalms, and Isaiah. And while there is, of course, no doubt whatsoever that dreams have been regarded as means of communication between God and man all through the ages of the Bible story, and even down to the present day, still there is not a little doubt whether all dreams were not regarded as communications from the supernatural at the date of the earlier books, sometimes conveying a direct and simple message, sometimes, as in Joseph's case, conveying instruction by analogy that could only be understood by study and skilled interpretation. And, whereas in the oldest dreams we commonly find God speaking in person to the dreamer, in the latter we commonly find the communication made by the agency of an angel, as if the divine majesty withdrew itself further and further from the ken of its sinful creatures. As instances of his first class of biblical dreams, Seafield quotes Genesis chapter 20, verse 3. "God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife." Then, Genesis 31, verse 24, "God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said unto him, Take heed that thou speak not to Jacob, either good or bad." Finally, 1 Kings 3, verse 5. "In Gideon the Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream by night, and God said, Ask what I shall give thee." As instances of the angelic communication in dreams, we have Genesis 31, verse 2. "And the angel of God spake unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob. And I said, Here I am." From the New Testament, Matthew 1, verse 20. "Behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife." Later, Joseph was warned of God in a dream. Whether directly or by agency of an angel, we are not told. And again, quoting, "The angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be thou there till I bring thee word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him." This from Matthew 2, verse 13. Of the dreams of the second class, those sent by the devil or inspired by false prophets, we have Deuteronomy chapter 8, verses 1 through 3. Quoting, If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass whereof he spake unto thee, saying, Let us go after other gods, which thou hast not known, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams. For the Lord your God proveth you to know whether ye love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul." Unquote. It would seem, however, as if this clause, quoting "the Lord your God proveth you," rather precluded the idea that the suggestion was of diabolical origin. But no doubt the view of the biblical writers was that all evil was at least permitted by God for his own inscrutable purposes. To open up this line of inquiry would take us into the interminable problem as to the origin of good and evil. Seafield takes his second instance under this class from Jeremiah 23, verse 25, where it says, quoting, "I have heard what the prophets said, that prophecy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophet, that prophecy lies? Yea, they are prophets of the deceit of their own heart, which think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal. The prophet that hath a dream, let him tell a dream, and he that hath my word, let him speak my word faithfully. What is the chaff to the wheat, saith the Lord? Is not my word like as a fire, saith the Lord, and like a hammer that breaketh the rock in pieces? Therefore, behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, that steal my words, every one from his neighbor. Behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, that use their tongues and say, He saith. Behold, I am against them that prophesy false dreams, saith the Lord, and do tell them, and cause my people to err by their lies and by their lightness. Yet I sent them not, nor commanded them. Therefore they shall not profit this people at all, saith the Lord." And the righteous wrath of Jeremiah finds expression no less in the words of Zechariah 10:2. "For the idols have spoken vanity, and the diviners have seen a lie, and have told false dreams. They comfort in vain." Now, if there existed this trouble of dreams that were sent by God and others not sent by him, but by the devil pretending them to be God's own message, then the necessity for some test that would distinguish the true from the false becomes apparent at once. The test, according to the best authorities, such as Moshe Amaraldus in his work A Discourse on Divine Dreams, published in 1625, is whether the instructions and advice that they contain make for good or for ill. Unfortunately, a criterion that it cannot always have been possible to apply, for the tendency could only be determined by the result, which might not be manifest until long after the time for taking action according to the intimation of the dream was long past. We can well imagine persons with the best will in the world taking the advice suggested in a dream, believing its tendency to be for the good, then finding it lamentably ill in the result. The comment then would be, this was a dream not from the author of good, but of evil. Evidently, for practical purposes, some much more immediate test was required than that which Moshe Amaraldus suggested. And it becomes obvious at once how valuable the services of the interpreter of dreams would become on this view of their significance, even if they contained direct intimations and were not merely of the class of dream like the stories that gave intimation by analogy. Indeed, the more simple and unmistakable the directions, the more necessary it might seem to know whether their source was good or evil. Another test, which Amaraldus supposed to have been applied from collating various texts, was based on the assumption that one proof of the divine origin of a dream was that it conveyed an intimation of such things that God alone could be supposed to know them. Presumably, this excluded knowledge that other men might possess, although the dreamer himself did not possess it, as, for instance, an event lying in the future which could be known to no man. But claim to this knowledge was always put forward, implicitly and often avowedly, by the false prophets, so that this test seems to fail here again, and the need for the expert interpreter's services to be imperative. Sometimes these analogy dreams were so hard to interpret that they puzzled even the expert until a master of the craft appeared, as in the competition on dream interpretation that we see Daniel and the wise men of Babylon taking part in. And in this case, it would seem that the key to the puzzle was communicated from a divine source, no less than the dream which set the puzzle. Often, interpretations in exactly different sense were given by different experts, as occurs in other sciences, with the result that a further divine communication would seem to be needed in order to decide which of the two were the true interpretation. And here again we presume the evil one might come in and simulate the attributes of divinity, so that the whole matter seems very difficult, and the value of a trustworthy interpreter scarcely to be overestimated. The most complete list of divine dreams, so to speak, that is, of dreams divinely inspired, is given by Amaraldus, quoted above. His work, originally published in French at Saumer, was translated into English by James Laud in 1876. Geographical exploration had not extended its limits very far in those days, and the primitive man had not been studied with the care that has been given since to his comprehension, whence we hope to learn something of the primeval infancy of our noble selves. More knowledge in dream affairs has therefore come to us since the date of Amaraldus's writings, and one of the facts is that when you had done with divine dreams, you had very few left over, in the opinion of dreamers of some ancient races. The poet Homer says, in a comprehensive way, that dreams come from Zeus. Seafield says that Homer was aware of the necessity to distinguish between the onar, or oneiros, the divinely sent message, and the mere meaningless enipenion, or dream, which was incidental to any sleeping individual. The gods and goddesses who were interested in the success of this or the other champion of the Trojan War constantly had recourse to sending dream messages to those they favored, or sometimes delusive messages to those that they wished to bring to a bad end. The first book of the Iliad is especially interesting in the light it throws on the views of the ancient Greeks on dreams. The Grecian host is stricken with plague. Apollo has doubtless sent it upon them, but what have they done to earn his displeasure? That is the question which agitates the common mind. Achilles comes forward with a suggestion for discovering how they have merited such punishment. A true priest or prophet is to go, after due ceremonies, to some holy place, good for dreams. Here, having made sacrifice and prayer, he will lay himself down to sleep on the skin of a sacrificed beast. Piety required all to believe that Apollo will appear to him in his dream, and reveal the reason for the divine anger, if these rites be duly observed. The Greeks credited their gods with a very cat-like affection for certain localities, so it is all of a piece with their general system of theology that certain places should be especially good for dreams, good for the gods appearing to sleeping men. Such places were the temples of Amphiaros and of Podalirius. Of course, our own folklore and leechcraft are full of invocations for dreams, but the locality is seldom held so important. To this point, Seafield references Walter Cooper Dendy, quoting, "The modern Franciscans, after the ceremony of Mass, throw themselves on mats already consecrated by the slumber of some holy visionary, and with this foolery they wait the divine inspiration of their dream." Unquote. But this is not quite the same thing as attributing a special virtue to a special place, for it would seem that the efficacy of the holy mat in producing a divinely inspired dream would not be affected wherever it may be conveyed. In the Odyssey, Athena was busy with dreams, fashioning an image like Iphigenia to go and comfort her sister Penelope in a dream. The recipe for the dream making is interesting. The goddess does not personally assume the form of Iphigenia and go herself, which would seem to be the simplest way, but makes an image like that lady and sends the image. Perhaps, however, she was trying various recipes at the time, for when she wants to give some good advice to Nausicaa, she does so in her own divine person, taking the shape of the daughter of Dymas, and so appears to the sleeping maiden. But it is significant that in neither case does that plan appear to suggest itself to her, which to us would seem the simplest of all, to simply make the sleeper believe that Iphigenia, in the one instance, and Dymas's daughter, in the other, had come to them. That make-believe idea would be an anachronism. The psychology of that day had not yet invented such a thing. To make a person see this or that in a dream, the thing had to appear before them. Seafield does quite well to point out the very close resemblance between the lying spirits denounced by Micaiah and the dream sent by Zeus to induce Agamemnon to lead the Greeks to battle in order that they might become aware of the loss of their power sustained by the absence of Achilles. Assuredly, it must have been very hard to know what to believe and what to disbelieve in those days, in sleeping as well as in waking. The Greeks of the Homeric cycle had their analogical dreams as well as those direct communications, even as the biblical people. When poor Penelope is so grievously troubled by the suitors greedy for her hand, she has a dream in which she sees 20 geese attacked and slain by a splendid eagle. So obvious an analogy as a goose for a suitor seems to have escaped her notice for some time. But at length the significance of the identity of numbers, a goose to each of the 20 suitors, is forced on her out of the mouth of the eagle himself, who tells her that her husband is personified in him. After all, who other than the godlike Ulysses is more aptly represented in her eyes by the eagle, the royal bird of Zeus? The whole blessed meaning of the vision becomes patent. Ulysses would come home like an eagle and destroy the horrible suitors. In his proper shape, Ulysses first confirmed the eagle's words, and then made good. But, of course, it was in the way of a parable, so to say. It was not a direct message, but an allegory. It was just on par with Joseph's vision of the sheaves, a type of the analogical dream. The Grecian tragedians, even Euripides, who could laugh at the gods on occasion, seem to have accepted the divine inspiration of dreams, although it is hard to say how much stock a playwright takes in the notions that he puts in his creatures' heads. Herodotus does not commit himself much on the matter. His attitude, if he were a member of the Psychical Research Society, would be an eminently non-committal one. But down through all the pages of history, rambling as it does from Greece and all the islands to Asia and Africa, everywhere we find the people he portrays earnest believers in dreams as messages sent from the gods. In his company, we do not seem to hear so much of the bad or delusive dream, but the attention that is paid to the instructions of dreams in general is strict even to piety. It would be hard for such a man as Plato, being a poet and creator with so rich an imagination, to escape the attractive theory which he found ready-made, that the gods spoke to men in dreams. His views on the subject are very fully discussed in the Timaeus, and his distinct conclusion is that knowledge is divinely communicated by dreams. The manner of communication, according to his conception, is interesting. Perceiving that the natural intelligence is in abeyance during sleep, he conceives that the communication is made to a lower or sensual soul, as we may perhaps say, directly to the senses. He perceives a likeness in the conditions of sleep, trance, and ecstasy, in all of which alike the operations of the mind are somewhat in abeyance, and conceives that only under these conditions are the divine communications made. It is a view of divine inspiration which has held its ground all down the ages. But for the correct understanding of the communications, when made, Plato conceives that the rational intelligence is required, and clearly intimates that this correct understanding is more likely to be reached by others than by those who have received the communications, by an expert class of interpreters, in fact, apparently with the idea that the highest critical faculty is not likely to coexist with the faculty of receiving the communication. To put it in a popular modern phrase, the dreamy person is not likely to be correctly critical, a conclusion in which we shall be able to agree. It is almost as much to say that the creative and critical faculties are seldom given to one person in the highest perfection. Aristotle takes a view of the subject that perhaps we should expect to find in a philosopher of his time and temper. He treats the popular theory with a kind of conscious indulgence in an essay on divination in dreams, saying that it is not incredible that the gods may communicate with man in sleep. The Stoic philosophers, as a rule, considered it only natural to suppose that they would do so. A similar opinion was held in the Roman Republic and Empire. Cicero, for all his saying that he could not understand how augurs could pass one another on the street without a grin, those who prophesied from the flight of birds and similar significant phenomena, had some disposition to think that divine communication in dreams was not impossible, and his views on the whole question work out to much the same conclusion as that of Aristotle. Yet, all of these writers discuss the intimations given in dreams as belonging to the second class of Seafield's biblical dreams, the communications given in allegory, as by the sheaves of Joseph and the geese of Penelope. The deity was not made manifest, either personally or by the appearance of a messenger. The intimation was given in the form of a parable, and it required the service of an expert to understand its meaning accurately. In the philosophy of the Stoics and the rest, they did not know of a person called the devil, and this is probably the reason that we do not find them much perturbed with the notion that a dream might be sent purposely to delude. The question of the source of a dream does not seem to have troubled their interpreters, much as its secret meaning might worry their skill in deciphering. But when we come to the Christian fathers, as they are called, with whom the devil was a very real and important person indeed, then we seem to come back again to the old story. They held it as a truth beyond question that the divine will and divine knowledge were often communicated to man in dreams, but at the same time deemed that dreams were often sent by the devil for his own evil purposes. Among the Stoic philosophers, there was at least one, named Ennius, who thought that the whole business of soothsaying and dream interpreting was what modern schoolboys would call all rot. He considered, in the words of Seafield, that they all, quote, augurs, astrologers, dreamers, and interpreters of dreams were to be despised as vain pretenders to more than human skill. This is an extremely modern view of the affair. However, though Ennius thus stands apart from all of his brethren of the old philosophies in this bravely impious opinion, we do not find a single one of the patristic Christians so greatly daring. It is not possible or profitable to quote many of them. St. Thomas Aquinas is distinctly of the opinion that God does communicate his will to men in their dreams, and mentions Joseph and Daniel as among those who have been skilled in the business of interpreting the divine meaning thus obscurely revealed. Aquinas has no doubt that dreams give a glimpse into the future, but he is much troubled by the difficulty that crops up on the very threshold, knowing whether the dreams are sent from heaven or from its antipode. He points out this sufficiently obvious difficulty, but does not suggest any very efficacious way of solving it. Calvin, too, conceives that God may still communicate with men in their dreams, as he undoubtedly did in many instances recorded in Holy Writ, and further preaches the duty of praying for good and helpful dreams, and for deliverance from those that are evil. The question of man's moral responsibility for the nature of his dreams is one that terribly vexed the casuists of the Middle Ages and the Reformation. dreams scarcely fall within the province of ethics in their modern conception. We dream of committing the most fearful crimes, yet do not think ourselves in any degree guilty. The old divines did not take this lenient view of the matter at all. Actually, they show disposition to revert to the old primitive idea that such dream apparitions were real. For in some instances they professed to regard these evil apparitions not merely as being inspired, sent, or suggested by evil demons, but as being actual evil demons, who only appeared when the soul was freed from its terrestrial trappings, as it is in sleep. Many learned pages were devoted to consideration of the best means for exorcising these evil apparitions, whether by prayer or other less simple methods, for whose appearance the dreamer was deemed nonetheless responsible because of the supposed reality of their existence. Or only a little less responsible, perhaps, is the way to phrase it, for there is a curious blend in the manner in which some of the old writers regarded the case. It was partly a man's misfortune, and partly his fault, that his sleep was beset by these demons. After all, who can expect to have converse with the devil and his agents and be held guiltless? This view was not so very illogical when all is said, but it shows a singular return to the old muddle between the objective and subjective. The notion that we are responsible for the general nature of our dreams, in some measure at least, is in much greater accord with modern ideas on the subject than the notion of the objective reality of the apparition. It is argued that we can, in some measure, determine the nature of our dreams by the subjects that we voluntarily present to our waking thoughts just before going to sleep. There is, however, a great deal of evidence on the other side, too. The idea of suggesting to ourselves the subject matter of our dreams by our thoughts as we lay down to sleep appeals very strongly to a priori opinion. Unfortunately, the sardonic translation of a priori is in ignorance, and this is not always far from the truth, as experience shows conclusively that a priori argument is not to be applied very generally in this case. We should imagine that almost everybody has tried the simple experiment of directing his thoughts to one train as he drops off to sleep, in expectation or hope that his dreaming thoughts will follow obediently. In how many cases has the result been according to this hope? We may confidently say only in a very small minority. Out of the great many with whom the present writer has corresponded on the matter of dreams in general, and certain points of their details in particular, only 2 maintain their ability to control their dreaming thoughts by the directions given to them as they go to sleep in any degree. The great majority confess themselves unable to direct their dreams in any degree at all. One says that he has found the rule so consistent that his dream does not occupy itself with the subject that was most in his mind when he fell asleep, and that if there should be any subject which he fears may occupy and annoy him during sleep, he purposely fixes his mind on this subject as he puts his head on the pillow, in the certain conviction that whatever other disagreeable topics may occur to him in sleep, his dreams will at least be free of that one. The way in which we most often make attempts to control our dreams by the direction given to our thoughts as we fall asleep is in the attempt to continue a pleasant dream from which we have been roused. But most of us know how utterly unable we are to give ourselves this pleasure, though it is to be admitted that there are a few exceptional cases of people who claim to be able to renew a pleasant dream at will. If, then, we are to admit that we have no control whatsoever over our dreams, generally speaking, we naturally cannot admit that we have any responsibility in the matter, that they lie outside the province of ethics altogether. Indeed, it is a common remark that we find ourselves entirely without any moral sense in dreams, that we have no conscience. This is illustrated by the famous instances cited by Miss F. P. Cobb, and elsewhere quoted, who has written on dreams most interestingly, of the mildest-mannered villain that ever cut a throat. In other words, of a man of most harmless and gentle disposition who dreamed that he ran a friend through the body with a sword, and was so far from being stricken with remorse at his act that he noticed with a kind of artistic satisfaction that the end of the sword stuck out the best part of a foot beyond the poor victim's back. This is a typical instance of its kind. On the other hand, although the moral sense is so utterly lacking in the dream itself, and though we are generally unable to control the course of any particular dream, it is not impossible nor improbable that a good man will be prone to good dreams, and a bad man to bad dreams, on the whole. Although there may be the marked exception, as in the case of a good man who ran his friend through the body and rejoiced in the skill with which he did the deed, it is still unlikely that the peaceable citizen will as often indulge in dreams of the joys of burglary, compared to he who is a burglar by trade. Dreams will probably, on the whole, be in agreement with the general bent of a man's mind, just as in the case that is referred to elsewhere of the celebrated cricketer, whose wife is often startled by him sitting up in bed, throwing up his arms and shouting, "No ball!" in a stentorian voice. Whether this is because he often umpires in boys' matches, or because he is, or was, haunted by a constant fear of being no-balled, the dream is almost beyond doubt the result of the bent of his mind toward things pertaining to cricket in any case. This, again, is an instance that may almost certainly be taken as typical, and goes to prove that the stuff of dreams is apt to be the stuff of a man's waking thoughts. Perhaps to admit this, though it is not going so far as to admit that a man has any moral responsibility for the sins of thought he commits in dreams, is yet going so far as to admit that dreams may be taken as an indication of the general moral state of the dreamer. This is an aspect of the subject that has not escaped the notice of moralizing divines. They urge that a man's besetting sin, which he may not have suspected, might be revealed to him by forming a recurrent topic of his dreams. And thus, dreams may act as valuable danger signals to a man, to show him the temptations which it behooves him especially to guard against. They may give him indications of his spiritual state, whether we consider such intimations to proceed directly from God, or whether we regard them as a natural consequence of the nature of man and the law under which he lives. All these are curious speculations which are interesting to note, no matter what degree of credence we are disposed to give the theories that they discuss. It is also worthy of note that the intimations and premonitions supposedly given by dreams are not confined to the spiritual or moral sphere, and it is not too much to speak of them as premonitions, for intimations of a man's spiritual or moral state surely does give solid grounds for forecasting his future action. It has been deemed that they also give intimations about his physical health, which are hidden both from the sufferer himself and from his advisers in his normal waking state. Thus, if a man shall dream himself to be suffering from an affliction of the heart, say, or of the brain, it has been deemed that this gives rise to a reasonable expectation that he actually will be attacked by disease in that organ which he has dreamed about. And this is not merely an opinion that prevailed at the date of fantastic notions about dreams, when the most far-fetched interpretations were put upon them, but even since the days that dreams have been considered with what we are now pleased to call an intelligent and scientific eye. A quasi-scientific explanation is given to the effect that, as the body in sleep is more free from the control of reason, so it is the more sensitive to conditions affecting the nerves. Thus, in some experiments, the sleeper has been pricked by a pin, and has dreamed that he was pierced by a spear. Be it observed that the same prickings do not always produce the same piercings, but the dreamer does sometimes respond in this way, and this response is to be taken as typical of the facts on which the argument we are considering is based. In dreams, then, it sometimes happens that the body is affected by something that corresponds to hyperesthesia, or excessive physical sensitivity, especially of the skin, and it is not altogether impossible in these conditions that one may feel and be conscious of the first slight attacks of incipient disease which would have passed unnoticed in the waking state. These sensations may therefore fairly be taken as premonitions, which would not have been received at all but for the intimation given during a dream. It is even possible that, in something of a similar state of liability to moral temptation, the dreaming mind may be conscious of an evil impulse which would have had no effect on it in the waking state, and which may conceivably be a forewarning of a weakened moral fiber. A growing liability to temptation of a certain kind which would never have been suspected but for that hint given in the dream. In both cases, forewarned may be forearmed. And, as spiritual or physical health is threatened, the dreamer who has received these hints may accordingly act upon them to strengthen either his moral or his physical nature against the imminent attack. In fact, we may find nature speaking to us in dreams, where the more primitive man conceived that it was the supernatural speaking, and so fall into line with the general scheme of mental evolution, which sees more and more clearly the forces of nature in phenomena where the earlier speculator saw supernatural forces. Obviously, it is quite possible to expand the argument we have been looking at until it ceases to have much practical force. A dream is, perhaps, more directly and immediately the result of what a man has eaten, drunk, or what he has been doing during the day. And it is possible to argue that had he not been such and such a man as he was, he would not have eaten or drunk such and such things, and therefore would not have had such and such a dream. But this seems to be widening the argument to a degree that is not far short of fatuous, and makes that idea worth little attention. In the opinion of many past writers, it is evident that there are two divisions of the art that has to do with dreaming. There is the art of interpreting the dream when it has been received, and also the art of inducing that required dream. Of this latter kind is the recipe for sleeping in the temple of Apollo, as advised by Achilles, of sleeping on a consecrated mat, as it is related to the Franciscans. And even to this day, in parts of the continent, there is a quite brisk sale of little books giving directions for how to produce a dream that shall tell you winning numbers in state lotteries. That all do not win, we can only ascribe to their lack of faith in not buying and reading these little books, or not following their precepts with sufficient piety when read. There is a brief but adequate prescription for dreaming of him or her who loves you in James Halliwell Phillipps' book, The Nursery Rhymes of England, which, besides the rhymes, contains fireside tales and accounts of many old English customs, including a useful smattering of white magic such as the divining from dreams. For Old English interpretations of dreams, no book is better than Saxon Leechdom's, which has a whole chapter devoted to dream interpretations in the original Anglo-Saxon, with the translation facing it on the opposite page. Very direct and simple, with no reason given for the arbitrary meanings attached. A more fulsome account of the means for producing required dreams is given in Observations on the Popular Antiquities of Great Britain by clergyman John Brand. It is curious, in that curious old book, to see the divining rod for water-finding treated as a survival of superstition, though now there is a revived tendency towards faith in the use of the water finder and his hazel twig, many years after the book's publication. Chapter 4. Classification of the More Frequent Dreams. Part 1. It is now again necessary, at the beginning of this chapter, that I should make something that is in the nature of what they call in Parliament a personal explanation. Not at all because it can have any interest on that account, but in order to show how it is that I am able to offer the reader the many opinions and illustrations of the more common kinds of dreams, which seem to me to give this chapter a special value. A value that it scarcely could have if it were all the work of one hand, and certainly could not have if it were all the work of my hand. More than a year ago, I wrote an article in Longman's Magazine, which I headed A First Essay in Dreams, And, by way of explaining the object of that first essay and its results, I perhaps can do no better than quote the essay itself, by kind permission of the publishers, virtually in extenso, rejecting only such parts as are not appropriate to the volume form or that treat of questions discussed elsewhere in this book. By way of putting the reader into a position to understand what it is all about, let us begin straight away with a category of the most universal and frequent classes of dreams, so far as my little knowledge goes. There is 1. The falling dream, that you are falling over a precipice or down the stairs. 2. The flying dream, the dream that you can fly. 3. The dream of more or less inadequate clothing, that you are not properly dressed. 4. The dream of not being able to get away from some beast, injurious person, or thing that is pursuing you. 5. The dream of being drawn irresistibly to some dangerous place, such as a fire. 6. The dream that some darling wish has been gratified. And 7. The dream of being about to go on a journey and being unable to get your things into your trunk. No doubt there are a great many more. The list could probably be lengthened considerably. That is why I called this my first essay, in the hopes that many people might supply much new material for a second essay. In a rough and ready way, I tried to jot down the classes according to the relative frequency of the dreams. In this respect, one has to make a distinction. For whereas one kind of dream may happen to be dreamed very often by the same person, another kind may be dreamed by the same person only once or twice within his remembrance, but may happen to have been dreamed by a great many persons. It is the latter kind of frequency that is most interesting, and ought to be significant, if only we could tell what its significance is. For it is an obvious inference that if the same dream has occurred to very many people, it is likely to have had a common cause in each case, or at least in most of the cases. The natural comment on this would be that if we find the same dream occurring to a great many people, the probability is that it is a recollection of an incident common in the life of a great many. However, in answer to this very obvious theory, it is to be observed that the first case of all, which I conceive to be the most frequent, is scarcely an instance of an incident common to the lives of a great many. For, at all events, falling over a precipice is not the sort of thing that happens more than once in the lives of any but a very few. So, the common cause is probably not quite as simple or obvious as this. And as to what it may be, one must still leave the world to conjecture. The only even probable inference is that a common cause does exist, though its nature is hardly to be guessed. The cause of the other kind of frequency is perhaps equally obscure, but less interesting. For it is comparatively easy to suppose that a certain person should often suffer certain emotions or sensations that would be likely to produce a repetition of the same dream in a person of his temperament. That the same dream should repeat itself with persons of all kinds of temperaments is far more singular. There are those who declare that they never dream at all. But in order to understand what they mean by this, it is necessary to understand what dreaming itself actually means. Dreaming does not merely mean, in the correct sense of the term, that the mind is carrying on some kind of operations during sleep, but also that it should retain a consciousness of what it was thinking about during sleep on awaking. In this regard, when we are suddenly awakened, it is to be observed that it always seems, to most of us, as if we had been awakened out of a dream that is exceedingly vivid for the immediate moment. It is one of the most notable features of dreams that they vanish very quickly from our recollection a few minutes after we have thus been awakened, and we strive in vain to regain our grasp of what our mind had been doing while we were asleep. On the other hand, if the awakening has been gradual, it is probable that, in the leisurely process of the mind's reviving interest to the things of waking life, it unconsciously loses its grasp of what it had been doing in the sleeping state. From this, it would seem likely that those who declare that they never dream do not really differ from the great majority of us who are dreamers by any difference of the operation of the mind while they are asleep, but rather that they are either slow in awaking, so that the mind loses remembrance of what it had been doing while they slept, or else that they lose their remembrance more quickly than most, owing to some difference of mental constitution. It would perhaps be curious to observe whether those who say they do not dream have any special characteristics in common which would serve to explain this. The entire subject thus raised, of the mind's remembrance of its experiences, is a curious and interesting one. The common case of temporarily forgetting a name, which we painfully search for in vain until it suddenly flashes across us once we are thinking of something else quite different, is familiar enough. And yet more singular is the ultimate success in recalling a melody, of which all or part has escaped us for a long while. It all goes to show that the mind has recollections of various kinds stored up within it, which the will is not always potent enough to summon to consciousness, but which something accidentally recalls, probably some often unsuspected association of ideas. But we are wandering into fields of speculation outside our beat. However, properly speaking, it is essential to realize that dreams have no being unless they can be remembered when awake. Without this, a dream cannot be said to have occurred, in any sense that is intelligible, humanly speaking, any more than there can be deemed to be any continuity of the ego or of the individual existence, except on the assumption that we are to have remembrance of our own existence in the past, looking back from the future. It scarcely needs to be observed that the great majority of the classes into which we have put dreams are of the kind that would be described as bad dreams rather than good. Only 2 of the classes suggest pleasurable emotions: the dream of flying, which always gives a feeling of satisfaction, and the dream of a darling wish that has been fulfilled. In the days of my own childhood, the darling wish of my life was to possess a watch, and it happened to me over and over again to have this good gift bestowed on me in dreams, though such a mighty event did not happen in real waking life till many years afterwards. It was often the matter of my keenest debate whether it was better to have a good dream or a bad one, in ultimate result. So sore was the disappointment when I awoke to find the insubstantiality of the good gift that I had imagined was given to me. On the one hand, in case of the bad dreams that were so often a consequence of the fearful intemperance of childhood, the relief of waking to find that all the dreadful images were without foundation was worth almost all the suffering of the previous imaginary pangs. There is scarcely a question but that the most frequent and universal of all the forms of bad dreams consist in the fancy that we are falling down a precipice of prodigious height, or sometimes it may be only the moderate yet sufficient height of an ordinary staircase. And yet, in any case, the height does not make much difference, for just as the proverbial Irishman is fabled to have said that it was not the falling that hurt him, but the sudden stop at the bottom, so here, in this falling dream, we invariably escape the hurt that would naturally result from the sudden stopping at the bottom, because in these dream experiences no one has ever yet been known to come to the bottom at all. It is commonly said that if one did dream of coming to the bottom, one would die. But that is not easily proved, because the only man in any position to speak decidedly and of first-hand experience on the subject would be, by this hypothesis, one of the dead men who tell no tales. The fact remains that no one has ever yet dreamed himself to the bottom of the precipice, with but one notable exception to be mentioned later, though the dream of being in mid-air is so very frequent, and though one is conscious of the vague and dreamy surprise that one does not mind the falling so much as one expected. All these sensations are most excellently worked into that best of books on dreams, Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. The fidelity to the vague, inconsequent manner in which all the incidents take place in dreams is its highest artistic triumph. The number of people who fly in their dreams is not nearly as large as the number who fall, according to any computation that I have been able to make. Perhaps the proportion is about 1 to 3. That is not to say that the same people do not both fall and fly. Indeed, the falling dream seems almost universal among those who are conscious of dreaming at all. It is virtually impossible that the distinctly pleasurable and satisfactory flying dream should be as common as the falling dream. The majority of dreams are eminently disagreeable. There are many more bad dreams than good, even as appears from the above categories, and the bad are far more often repeated. There is a peculiarity about the flying dream that seems to be very constant. Of all those whom I have asked about the matter, and who are conscious of the flying dream at all, hardly one has ever known himself to make any high flights in his dreams. One almost always flies low, with a skimming manner, slightly but only slightly above the heads of pedestrians. One's critical attitude in a dream towards one's own performance is always interesting to note, both in regard to this particular class of dream and even more towards one of the other classes. It is an attitude that is well brought out in Alice in Wonderland, where Alice is made to exclaim, or to think, while she is falling, "How brave they will all think it of me at home, not to mind a great fall like this." I fancy we all have this feeling in the falling dream, a pleasant surprise that it hurts us so little. In regard to the flying dream, we are all conscious of a sense of satisfaction, of superiority to our poor, crawling fellow mortals on the earth by virtue of our capacity for flight. But we are not unduly elated or proud, and it is one of the most constant and curious characteristics of dreams that all our experiences in them are somewhat at a lower temperature. The same in kind, but different in degree than they would be under like circumstances occurring in waking life. Thus, although the pedestrians over whose heads we skim do appear to be a little surprised and disposed to admiration of us, yet they do not express anything like the degree of surprise and admiration that they would infallibly evince if they saw us in this aerial disport in real life. The most striking instance of this subnormal temperature of dream emotions, so to call it, is given in the painful class of dream which we may label the inadequately clothed dream. In this class of dream, it occurs to us to come down from our bedrooms, to mingle in society, even sometimes to be present at court, or to take part in the highest and most solemn functions, in a costume that we should deem scarcely adequate if we had been just roused from our beds by a shout of fire. The degrees of this comparative undress are highly various, and it is remarkable that it is most unusual, so far as I can learn, for any human being to appear before his fellows in an absolutely Arcadian or idyllic lack of costume in his dreams. But the costume is commonly very inadequate, so inadequate that the police would very rightly interfere in the bare interests of decency. Indeed, that fear, the apprehension of police interference for the sake of public morals, is a factor in the general uneasiness which we feel in our dreams when finding ourselves going abroad in such déjà-vu. For we are conscious of a measure of uneasiness. We can feel that we did wrong in not putting on this or that absolutely indispensable portion of our wardrobe before we left our room. But it is as nothing to the utter shame and horror that would overwhelm us were we really to find ourselves in such a condition. In the same degree, the shock that our appearance gives our unfortunate friends among whom we show ourselves in such guise is not a circumstance to the pain those sensitive souls would feel if our appearance were a reality instead of a subjective fancy. Yet we retain a sufficient sense of shame to be conscious of a very real relief when we wake to find that we have not behaved ourselves in such a manner as to be the reprobation of every right-minded man and woman. Almost as common as the flying dream is the dream that we are pursued by some lion or monster, and that all our efforts to escape are frustrated by an inexplicable paralysis of our limbs, or by some substance of a sticky nature, through which it is our unhappy fate to move knee-deep. The quite painless paralysis of the limbs is the form under which I, personally, am compelled to await the boogeyman's remorseless approach. I have never had the experience of, say, strawberry jam about my feet, but I am told by others that this is the way in which the trouble besets them. In any case, it is again satisfactory to think that the denouement never comes in this type of dream. Perhaps, as with the falling dream, it would have fatal results if it were to happen. But we awake just as the monster is about to lay its fearful claw on us, and the sense of relief again makes it almost worthwhile to have endured that previous suffering. There is also a variant to this kind of dream, wherein one is remorselessly and mysteriously drawn towards the fearful object instead of being pursued, while one's efforts to escape are clogged. Whatever it may be, that object itself remains stationary. Some force like hypnotism seemed to impel me to walk, despite my wishes, to a certain landing on the main staircase where the breakfast urn used to appear in my dreams, but swollen to a huge size and encircled, like Brunhilde, with a wall of flame. Toward this dreadful object I found myself bound to walk, with slow steps, in spite of my own horror of its flaming fiery furnace, and the prayers of my nurse who used to stand with me on the landing below, whence I begun my reluctant ascent towards the flames of the urn. I remember that I never could understand how it was that she did not reach out a hand and pull me back from the horrid journey, but she never did. I cannot understand it even now. In consequence of this dream and its attendant horrors, the breakfast urn itself, a harmless and rotund copper body, grew to be associated with pains and terror. I took an intense childish dislike to the thing, and probably many will be able to recall a like experience of a harmless, inanimate object becoming imbued with actively terrible attributes. Inanimate objects are not the only harmless things that the fancy of children endows with such imaginary terrors that they become a principal part of what may be called the bogey dream. In many of my dreams, the role of the bogey, or the boogeyman, was played by a middle-aged gentleman whom I constantly used to meet along the road, but whom I never spoke to in my life, nor did he ever address a single word to me. I did not then, nor do I now, know his profession or position in life, nor his name. He had a reddish, curling beard, and all the very little later knowledge that I picked up of him showed him to be a benevolent and perfectly harmless person. Yet I had selected this unfortunate man as the bogey of my dreams, for some reason not known even to myself. I had no fear of him at all in real life, yet it was generally he that was the incarnation of all terror to me in my dreams, when it was not the breakfast urn. This is a singular reflection in itself, but what I think is even more striking is the consideration of the possibility that you, very gentle reader, or I, both of us who deem ourselves kindly of heart and would not harm a fly, much less a human child, may be posing nightly as the horror and the bogey not of one but of many children's lives. It is a humiliating and distressing reflection. Let us hope it has no foundation in truth. After all, this red-headed, middle-aged bogey of my childhood may have been less innocent than he appeared, may have hidden a black heart beneath his reddish-brown exterior, but I do not think so. I think it was the amazing imagination of childhood that invested him with a majesty of terrors to which he had no just claim. Rather analogous to the dream of inadequate clothing is the dream that we may name the train fever dream. Herein we find ourselves about to go on a journey, but one of the bags or boxes inexplicably declines to get itself packed in spite of all the best endeavors of self and servants. It is like the waking experience of all those of us who are occasionally obliged to pack for ourselves, but not often enough to make the process easy and familiar. The experience that whenever we strap up the last vehicle for luggage, we immediately find another suit of clothes demanding to be packed, a suit the previous existence of which there was no previous sign. In dreams, it is not only one suit, but a whole portmanteau-sized load that will not get itself packed. As fast as one thing is put in, another is created to be put in after it, and after the whole had been packed quite full, it is often found in some mysterious way to be quite empty again, and all the things in a muddle on the floor. Another form of the bogey dream, and in a small way a uniquely distressing one, was probably peculiar to myself personally, but others no doubt have their own peculiar forms that are analogous to it. As a boy, I once kept a number of caterpillars, in the hope of their developing into perfect moths and butterflies to grace my collection. The peculiar form of bogey dream to which I have referred consisted in the escape of all these captives, which occupied their new freedom in crawling all over my person in great numbers. The sensation of being crawled over by multitudes of caterpillars of the woolly bear texture was peculiarly irritating and distressing. It is singular that, in spite of childhood's perpetual fear of ghosts, a dream in which ghostly figures play the role of bogey is seldom known. The bogeys almost always take the form of some familiar person or object, often ludicrously innocent of any offense. Although it is obviously true that dreams have a way of concerning themselves with objects and scenes familiar to us in the waking state, it is astonishing how utterly inconsequent is the order of events, and how entirely we lose all moral sense and all sense of proportion in them. It is nearly certain that the world of a sane man's dreams resembles the waking mental world of the madman. Though it is true that the troubles and circumstances which occupy our waking thoughts also have a way of invading our dreams, it is still singular how perpetually and almost invariably we are defeated in any effort to command our thoughts in any particular train when we lay our heads on the pillow. Dreams seem to come and go of their own accord, free from the dominion of our volition. If we are awakened from a dream, it is nearly always in vain that we try to pursue its course when we turn again to sleep. Yet it is evident that the mind is unconsciously occupied during sleep with the subjects last presented to it in waking hours. Otherwise, how are we to account for the before-mentioned fact that a schoolboy who has very imperfectly learned a piece of repetition overnight will have it perfectly pat in the morning? Dreams do follow, in their own vague, dreamy way, the general bent of the waking thought, as is indicated by the case that we cited of the famous cricketer who often used to umpire at boys' matches, and would startle his wife not a little at night by starting up in bed, throwing up his arms, and shouting, "No ball." The loss of the moral sense is perhaps the most startling of the many curious dream phenomena, and there is not the slightest doubt that the mildest-mannered bogey of a child's dream, the most innocent and blameless man in real life, must often have surprised himself by the atrocious actions that he is capable of committing in his dreams, without any reproach of conscience. Part 2. The correspondence that I received in response to the invitation set out in Part 1 of this chapter seems to contain matter of interest that may be grouped conveniently under several distinct heads. There are some suggestions directly responsive to the question of the cause of dreams. Some dreams that had escaped my notice have been shown to deserve recognition in the form of a separate class. Suggestive and interesting additions to the dreams within the classes that I drew up have been contributed, as well as many comments on the subject as a whole that are full of interest, although they do not advance one's general understanding of the way that the different well-distinguished dreams come about. Among the most interesting and the most mysterious of the additional kinds that have been suggested to me is what we may call the dream within a dream. You dream that you are dreaming. You seem to awake out of one dream, still in your dream, and go on with the other, and when really awake, are conscious of both the outer and of the inner dream, so to speak. This is an experience that has never come to me personally, but it is mentioned by many correspondents, and therefore should have some claim to be placed in a class by itself in most cases of its occurrence, were it not that, if it has a common cause, it must surely be so very subtle and complex a cause that we may quite despair of ever tracing it. Perhaps to be mentioned in association with this dream within a dream subject is the question of dual personality, which one correspondent suggests as an explanation for some of the phenomena of dreams. In the case of certain people subject to hypnosis, we are told that they developed what is called a dual personality. That is to say, for instance, that a young peasant girl from Brittany, typical of her class and perfectly ignorant of any classical language, will imagine herself to be, let us say, a priest of the Middle Ages, and gabble monkish Latin in a certain stage of the hypnotic trance. Of course, it sounds utterly incredible, but the fact is abundantly testified. And I believe it is said that cases have even been known in which a third personality has developed in further stages of the hypnotic trance, wherein the patient acts, thinks, and speaks in a manner perfectly agreeing with this third metempsychosis, and perfectly distinct from the action, thought, or speech exhibited either in the natural state or in the earlier stage of the hypnotic trance. However that may be, it is on the dual personality alone that my correspondent takes his stand, suggesting it as an explanation of some dream phenomena. For example, the instruction of youth has occupied much of his time during life. According to the well-known tendency of dreams to concern themselves with the stuff of waking thoughts, this correspondent has dreamed that he was lecturing to an assemblage of sufficiently thick-headed students, endeavoring to make them comprehend an involved argument or subtle point, when suddenly, just as his eloquence and lucidity had gained their interested attention, his train of thought and the student's attention was confounded by a raucous voice shouting behind his back, "The prince! The prince! Make way for the prince!" As it turned out, the prince was Ranjit Singhji, Prince of Cricketers, and the scene instantly shifted to Lord's Pavilion, and the prince himself appeared in the semblance of a fat old Indian nabob, anything but a sharp, short slip. Very well then, argues my friend, this is only to be explained on the supposition of a joint authorship, a dual personality, of whom the one, the good and intellectual Mr. Jekyll, is conducting his dream lecture in orderly fashion until it is suddenly spoiled by the intrusion of the Philistine and raucous-voiced Mr. Hyde with his cricket. Again, the same dreamer quotes me another dream, pointing to a similar conclusion, in his opinion. He is a sufficient French scholar to read French fluently, though occasionally finding his vocabulary, or at least his idiom, a little lacking for want of practice when in the country. In his dream, he finds himself thus moderately equipped with French, conversing with a Parisian speaking the language with the delicacy and swiftness of finished perfection. Now and again, the Englishman has to ask the Frenchman to repeat more slowly. Now, how is it possible, my friend in effect asks me, that I could put into the mouth of my Parisian that perfect and beautiful French and at the same time find it now and again beyond me to understand it? Surely, this again must be a case of dual personality, myself being myself with the French of Stratford-at-Bow, and my dream man with his perfect Parisian, my second or dual self. I do not agree with my friend about this, notwithstanding all my respect for his opinion. I could not respect him so much if I could not venture frankly to disagree with him. In the first place, I altogether suspect this fluent Parisian with his perfect idiom and fluency. You see, the only evidence that we have of the idiom and the fluency is the effect they produced on the mind of my dreaming friend. That he should imagine a man speaking beautiful French to him is easy enough to comprehend. That he should accordingly have difficulty in understanding his quick speech, and should ask for a repetition, is only in accord with what would be his natural conception of a conversation in which he and a born Parisian took part. On the other hand, what is difficult to imagine is that he was a better French scholar asleep than awake, or that the dual personality is the correct explanation. According to my thinking, it is far easier to credit that he imagined the Frenchman's diction to be more perfect than he could have made it. This very consideration brings us into touch with a remarkable fact of dreams that has been noticed long ago: the extremely moderate caliber of dream wit, dream intellect, dream humor, and the mental operations of dreams altogether. It has often been observed that, now and again in dreams, we seem to have hit on a wonderfully illuminating thought, a remarkably neat epigram, or a solution of a problem that has baffled everybody. But whenever one has awakened with any exact remembrance of those achievements, they have proved to waking criticism the merest drivel, and only vaguely coherent. This is at least my personal experience of the intellectual efforts of dreams, and, on the whole, I think that it is confirmed by general consensus. On the other side, it is only fair that I should quote instances to the contrary, and I may include among them certain passages in some of the letters that correspondents were good enough to write me about the first essay. One correspondent writes, quoting, "Feats of considerable intellectual energy have been satisfactorily accomplished in dreams. For example, a friend of the writer once composed a parody on Scott's Lay of the Last Minstrel, and remembered it quite well in the morning. Schoolboys and schoolgirls, too, have worked out problems in their dreams which have defeated their best conscious efforts, and they remembered the working and solutions with satisfactory results the next day." Unquote. On this point, it may be said that composing a parody of Lay of the Last Minstrel is not necessarily a great intellectual performance all by itself. It is only the quality of the performance that should be the measure of its greatness, and of that the writer gives us no assurance. To remember the parody in the morning was indeed a feat, but it was a feat of the waking rather than the dreaming intellect. In regard to the solution of problems by boys and girls during sleep, I can only say that I have heard few instances in support of it, although it is very true that a piece of repetition, conned over at night, and very imperfectly known then, is sometimes remembered quite pat for early school the next morning. There is a strong inference that it must have occupied the mind during sleep, but that does not bring it within the sphere of dreaming as defined by an operation of the mind during sleep, of which one is conscious on awaking. It is one of the most curious points in this connection that it should have thus occupied the mind during sleep without consciousness of that occupation being retained. Common fairness demanded that I should put on record this statement of my correspondent, although it does not agree with my own experience, nor with the experience that I believe to be general. It is true that there is the old tale of Coleridge and his Kubla Khan, but in the first place, it is to be noted that this poem was composed in the unnatural sleep of opium, if composed in sleep at all, and it is permitted we suspect that, while the scenes described were doubtless dreamed, the language in which they were put on paper occurred to the poet's mind as he wrote. If by feats of considerable intellectual energy my correspondent referred only to the range of thought, it would accord with the common experience of all dreamers. But referring it to the power and quality of the thought, it is almost certainly at variance with what we commonly find to be the facts. Lawyers are said to have written, in their dreams, lucid opinions of cases submitted to them. If true, this is very wonderful, and the evidence is strong, but to accept it as true does not prevent our recording it as very exceptional, nor to very seriously invalidate the statement that most of the intellectual feats which strike us as so brilliant in dreams appear folly to our waking critique. The people who have written on dreams seem to have generally accepted every statement as to the feats of intellect performed in dreams without much suspicion. They ought at least to have weighed, on the other hand, the illuminating thoughts and splendid humor that seem to be discovered to us in dreams, and which yet we find to be the height of imbecility on waking. This is a fact that ought to have raised a certain suspicion about the quality of the feats said to have been done while the best part of the mind was not in working order. In case any should doubt the fact that the quality of dream humor and dream composition is not generally high, I may perhaps quote one or two letters from correspondence to bear me out, but I do not think that many who have looked into the matter at all will require much confirmation of the statement. One writes, quoting, "Sense of humor in dreams is another curious thing. It is strange how exceedingly amused one may be with some exquisite joke that, waking, may prove to be hopelessly commonplace, or, more often, gibberish." Unquote. I'm afraid more often gibberish is the usual verdict of the wide-awake critic on all the mental efforts that have seemed to him so fine and grand in his sleep. Another correspondent writes, quoting, "In another class of dreams, the dreamer imagines conversations in which he or some other person says things so amusing that they actually laugh in their sleep." Unquote. He does not say, however, that he has ever been largely rewarded when he has sent these efforts of humor to Punch or any of the comic papers on awaking. As I have spoken of elsewhere, yet another says, quoting, "This dream was a long one, and under its influence I wrote a lot of doggerel, which exists somewhere amongst my papers, and begins, 'Twas in the early morning, when dreams they say are true, just as the sun was rising, turning the gray to blue." Unquote. This really is a fine poetic effort as judged by the ordinary standards of dream composition. I am told by one of my correspondents that the present method of shot-making was discovered by someone in a dream. Quoting, "A man dreamed of taking up some height a sieve or colander and pouring molten lead through it into the water beneath, and found that the morsels of lead were quite round, which led to the experiment of making lead shot by this dream process." Unquote. I think it was novelist and historian Sir Walter Scott who refers to this in some of his writings, but the chance discovery can scarcely be called a great intellectual feat, as neither can dreaming the winner of the Derby. Both are valuable dreams. The trouble is that so many people have dreamed the wrong winners of the Derby, and that, on the contrary, is not valuable, but a very expensive dream if acted on with much conviction of its truth. Novelist James Payn dreamed of his lost Sir Massingbird, lost in a hollow tree trunk. But none of these are exactly intellectual feats. They are rather to be called lucky fancies, and in this modified sense it is not to be doubted that much good work has been done thanks to dream suggestion. As Macario says, quoting, "Many successful literary and scientific efforts have been inspired by an intellectual dream." Unquote. What he means by an intellectual dream in such context, goodness knows. No doubt Macario may, but I do not. Greek physician Galen of Pergamon and 2nd century author Hermas are quoted by Macario as having done great things by working on ideas that have come to them in dreams. That is conceivable enough, but as Seafield writes, quoting, "Thus Voltaire made a duplicate of the first canto of the Henriade. The Divina Commedia is said to have been inspired by a dream. Coleridge's Kubla Khan was unquestionably completed during a dream, and Tartini's Sonata du Diable is a plagiarism from a violin played by a dream devil." Unquote. It seems very much easier to accept the explanation of the way in which the Divine Comedy is here stated to be due to a dream influence than to accept the mode in which the last two compositions are said to have been made. That is, not by the suggestion of a dream, but by actual creation in a dream. The one is intelligible and conceivable, not contradicted by other dream experience. The latter idea is altogether opposite to such experience, and makes a very big demand on credulity a priori. It is probable that this very abeyance of the rational faculty puts criticism so much at fault in dreams that it permits an immense and unrestricted range to dreaming thoughts, untrammeled by the hard and fast laws of fact and possibilities, with the result that the dreams of some who are most prosaic thinkers in the waking state are marked by the most extensive flights of the imagination. One striking instance, worth mention for the singularity of the dream itself, as well as its illustrative bearing on this general quality of dreams, occurred within my own knowledge. A friend of mine, of most calm and philosophical cast of mind, dreaming that he saw his face in a mirror, was surprised to find that it was covered with grime. On close inspection, he was even more startled to see that each grime mark had the shape of a tiny handprint, the thumb mark on each print being a little defective. There was a basin handy in which he washed his face, and the water forthwith became bemudded by the grime which gradually settled to the bottom of the basin, and as it settled, made itself into the shape of many little hands, perfectly formed, save that each hand was a little defective by reason of a deformed and stunted thumb. My friend could think of no other dream experience that showed imaginative power so strangely vivid. It is not easy to tell the extent to which novelists have drawn from their imagination, but probably their debt is considerable. Avowedly, Turgenev and Stevenson did so, and James Payn, as we have said, saw in a dream the main incident in the losing of Lost Sir Massingberd. Probably many another has drawn from the same source, likely enough without being aware to what extent. Of course, Alice, both in Wonderland and through the looking-glass, moves through pure and simple dreamland, but that is quite different from saying that the written incidents were actually dreamed by the author. When investigating the stuff of our dreams, it is not always easy to remember that we must judge and account for them by other standards than we apply to our consideration of the working of our waking intellect. I fancy it is this difficulty that led my friend to infer that there was within him a dual personality, only in evidence when he slept, of which the one half was capable of talking pure Parisian. It is impossible to say how we know or think we know our dream creations to be what we think they are. For instance, to quote another correspondent, we find ourselves in Harley Street. It is full of shops, yet we know that it is Harley Street, and we know it to be that street. And yet, instead of houses, there are the trunks of beech trees on either hand. In the logic monger's language, we have the denotation, but the connotation is all adrift. We may suspect that my friend's purest Parisian was like the shops of Harley Street, which has never a shop in its long, dull length in the waking world. This friend is also one of the many who has known a dream within a dream. That dream is worth transcribing for the sake of the explanation that he suggests for it. In his account of the dream, quoting, "I was chatting with a school friend, the scene a familiar walk by the river. We were smoking, and I related something that had come into my life since I had last seen him. Suddenly, feeling unaccountably drowsy, I said, 'Fred, old boy, the sun is unbearably hot. Let's have a nap. I'll get under this bush.' The scene had changed, as it does in dreams. The bush was a whin. The river became bunkers and links. Fred turned into his brother George. This transformation did not affect me, and I laid myself under the whin and was asleep at once. In that sleep I had an inner dream, and though foggy and ill-defined, I was able at the breakfast table to give some outline of it to those around." Unquote. The explanation that my friend suggested is as follows, quoting, "That by some movement of an arm or body while in the original or normal dream, I had drawn a sheet over my head and became hot and half suffocated, but being gradual, the sensation did not awaken me. The second dream must have been almost instantaneous, for I could not long have suffered the semi-asphyxiation, and when it could no longer be endured, by a motion of the arm I may have unveiled, just as I had covered, my breathing apparatus, and burst into oxygen instead of carbonic acid gas." Unquote. The explanation is ingenious, whether or not it is to be accepted. Of course, this matter of the dream within a dream is very subtle, and we have to be careful lest we get into trouble with our phrases in trying to explain it. I rather think that this is just what has happened to one of my correspondents who writes, quote, "With regard to double dreams, when a dream is experienced and then narrated in a second dream, are we sure there is such a thing? For instance, some mornings I seem to have dreamed of quarreling with a relative, and then in another dream of meeting him and remarking about the first dream." Unquote. Surely this is simply an affair of two dreams, not of a dream within a dream. If anything, the dream within a dream means that you dream you are dreaming, there and then. The other seems only to mean that you dream about a previous dream. Quite a different affair. My correspondent continues, quoting, "But did the first dream really occur at all? Or had I not only one dream, in which I met so-and-so and told him that I had dreamt of quarreling with him? The narration creates the supposed first dream. We have no other evidence of it." Unquote. Well, that may very well be. But it does not seem to matter much, nor does it seem to bear on the topic at hand, if the dream is only a reminiscence of a previous one. That hardly constitutes what we mean by a dream within a dream. My correspondent goes on, quoting, "Putting this theory aside, I may say I have had these double dreams not infrequently, and usually related them at the breakfast table. Once and only once I had a triple dream, when I dreamed something, dreamed of relating it, and dreamed that I was dilating on my own double dream. At least such was my impression on awaking. But by the above theory, I only dreamed that I had a double dream. This is very curious." Unquote. In discussing these rather intricate dealings of the mind, it is very difficult not so much to escape a tangle in one's own head as to avoid creating a tangle in the reader's mind. One may be very clear about the matter oneself, and yet express one's views in such a way that it is very foggy to other people. I am far too much afraid that this will often be the case in what I myself have written on the subject, for me to complain at all at what seems to me the occasional fogginess of some of the correspondents who have been good enough to send me their experiences, and probably by my own want of comprehension. Mowry, who seems to have been the greatest experimentalist in dreams that has given his results to the public, experimented by giving a sleeper pinpricks to make him dream of spear thrusts, that being the type of his experiments, and sometimes the sleeper dreamed of spear thrusts quite good. But sometimes they dreamed of something quite different, and sometimes of nothing at all. So, what Mowry proved amounts to something like this negative conclusion, that the same sensational cause will not always produce the same dream effect. And let it at once be said here, for fear of misunderstanding through inattention, that this is not the same as proving that the same dream is not always produced by the same cause. It does not directly touch that question. The definition of dream that I ventured on in my tentative essay was a mental operation in sleep that is remembered on awaking. Objection to this definition may well be taken on the ground that mental operations of one person while asleep are often made obvious to another by speech or action, though the sleeper will perhaps have no knowledge of them when he wakes. Whether this is to be called a dream depends. On what? On the meaning we ascribe to the word. Now, if we take the view that mental operations go on all the while we sleep, but that in so-called dreamless sleep we forget them, then it is evident that we must limit dreams to the mental operations we do remember. Otherwise, dreaming becomes synonymous with sleep, which is not what we want. But if we take the view that mental operations occur on an intermittent basis, then dreams may have a meaning distinct from sleep, as indicating the moments in which those operations do go on. Whether they go on all the while or only periodically, there seems to be a division of opinion among clever people. Opinions seem so equally divided that they seem to cancel each other out. It is not the first time that the opinions of the learned have been so divided, nor the first time that this has been noticed, so that we are left with a sheet tolerably blank to put our little opinions on. A very happy condition. Physician and author Sir Henry Holland, for instance, is of the opinion that there is no such thing as dreamless sleep, but that we dream unconsciously all the while that we are sleeping. Against his opinion, we may put that of Dr. Arthur Durham, who not only thinks that there is such a thing as sleep without dreaming, but actually maintains that no sleep is sound in which a dream occurs. Sir Benjamin Brodie is of Sir Henry Holland's opinion, and to make the balance level, we may cite Lord Brougham, whose view is that we dream only at the moment of transition from sleep to wakefulness. I cannot find that either Mowry or Scherner express an opinion on this point, but instances may be cited on the one side or the other to the end of the chapter. In favor of Lord Brougham is the case of Lord Holland, who went to sleep when someone was talking to him, woke up to hear the end of the sentence of which he had heard the beginning before he fell asleep, and, in the momentary interval, dreamed a dream whose incidents traversed much time, often quoted as showing that it is just at the moment of waking that we dream. What this case, which is typical of many instances, really does show appears to be merely that the limits of time and space do not exist in dreams, that we can dream, to put it popularly, as fast as we can think, the incidents of the dream drama succeeding each other as quickly as thought can move, from one continent or from one century to another. This fact, which is established by all experience, is exactly what would be expected a priori, a comfortable state of things that does not always exist for the flattery of our poor reason. It is a singular thing that these learned men should have come so terribly to loggerheads about the question. Those who oppose Lord Brougham and Dr. Durham cite the case of a man or a dog dreaming in sleep from which they do not wake immediately. They obviously dream in the popular sense of the word. The man talks in his sleep, the dog growls and trembles, and, just as obviously, they do not dream only at the moment of transition from sleep to wakefulness. This seems to knock the bottom clean out of the argument of Lord Brougham and company. And so it really would if this twitching and growling of the dog or talking of the man were to be taken as signs of dreaming properly so called. We shall find, I think, that this is only popularly but improperly to be called dreaming, and also find that in this case, as in so many others since the days that Locke wrote his famous essay on words, it is because of the double entente, the double meaning of the word they are discussing, that the learned have disagreed, rather than any real difference of opinion. When we want to get at the real meaning of a word, one recognized plan is to look up its etymology. Dream, says Seafield, is an Anglo-Saxon noun, in Saxon and in both languages having a primary meaning of melody, joy, or gladness. This does not seem to harmonize altogether with our ideas of nightmare. Seafield goes on, quoting, "The Dutch form is droom, the Swedish dram, with a direct sub-assumption of idleness and vacuity, and the German is Traum." Unquote. Then, Seafield proceeds to some rather surprising statements in the view of some of the instances of so-called dreaming that he cites elsewhere. Quoting, "Dismissing the word, we may in one sense epitomize all the current definitions of the thing. For all men are so well agreed upon this matter that it is rather that their experiences vary than that their ideas are dissimilar. We shall find enough of contrariety of opinion by and by, but it will not be now and here." Unquote. Then follows the definition of dream especially to be noted, quoting, "Every lexicographer from the time of Suidas has consented that an ordinary dream is the intellectual activity of a sleeping person which leaves its trace in the waking consciousness." Unquote. It is very evident that dream, in this sense, is not properly applied to the operations of the man who talks in his sleep, or of the dog who growls and twitches, unless we can prove that their waking consciousness retains memory of the operations of which these sleeping movements and sounds were the signs. It is hard to get any proof of this in the dog's case, but in the case of the human being, I have always found that if he is left to sleep after ceasing to talk in his sleep, even for some 10 minutes only, the dream he will report being awakened from will have no relation that can be perceived with the train of thought that his sleeping words showed to be in his mind 10 minutes before. Without further argument or hammering away at what is evident and not likely to be disputed, it may be said that such signs we see when a man is talking or a dog growling in its sleep are not evidence of dreams properly so called. Yet we always do call them dreams in common language, so that there really seem to be two senses in which the word is used, the correct and the popular. The correct being, quote, "the intellectual activity of a sleeping person which leaves its traces in the waking consciousness," and the popular being, quote, "the intellectual activity of a sleeping person," without the final modifying clause. This double meaning sufficiently accounts for all the loggerheads to which the learned have come. The sleeping dog's growls and the sleeping man's words are signs of intellectual activity of a sleeping person, but are not signs of intellectual activity which leaves its trace on the waking consciousness. Before we can get any indication about this modifying clause, we must wait till the sleeper awakens, and all experience, so far as I have been able to gather, shows that the only intellectual activity during sleep which leaves traces in the waking consciousness is the activity that immediately precedes the waking, in the transitional stage, as described by Lord Brougham. In this sense, then, the strict sense of the word dream must also be admitted as correct, which of course is Dr. Durham's implied view that there is much sleep without dreaming. On the other hand, the fact that we always seem to find ourselves in the midst of intellectual activity if awakened suddenly from sleep, no matter how deep the sleep, this seems to show no less conclusively that we do go on dreaming all the time, in the popular sense of the word dream. In this way, Sir Henry Holland and Sir Benjamin Brodie are no less right in saying that there is no such thing as sleep without dreaming. The Broughamites seem to have the stronger position based on the more correct meaning of the word, but as for all their differences, it is quite certain that misunderstanding as to the business they are fighting about is the real cause of their trouble. It is doubtful if the learned are sufficiently grateful when they are brought into accord by a process that, while it shows them both to be right, yet shows them both no less to have been almost equally wrong. At all events, For us to look on and applaud the battle, it is interesting to know the real causes that brought it about. Now, though I am proud enough to think that I know the meaning that ought to attach to the word dream, and the departure from that correct meaning which popular usage has sanctioned, I have still gone on using the word in the popular way in order to avoid the confusion and trouble of constant definition, except where the case has especially seemed to require that the meaning of the word should be defined strictly. Likely enough, I shall again and again fall into the mistake that I have just pointed out as seeming to have entrapped my betters. But at least I shall have the consolation of feeling that I stumble in company that is far too good for me. After this discussion in pursuit of a definition, we may hark back to the true intent of the hunt. It is a fact very well known, and one that we have touched on before, that when the higher mental faculties are in abeyance, as they really do exercise a considerable control over the lower in sane waking life, the lower mental processes become much more active. The imagination ranges without a check, following each suggestion of associated ideas or of sense, without any reference to the laws of reasonable probability or possibility. That is why we get little handprints with defective thumb marks, the Kubla Khan's gardens, and the rest of the works of imagination. It is impossible to forecast the direction or the length which the train of ideas suggested by association may take in dreams, even if one can perceive the first stimulus that set them working. But it certainly does seem as if there must be some common stimulus of each of the more common and easily defined classes of dreams, and that common stimulus ought not be so subtle as to elude us until the end of time. Apart from those dreams which fall under the headings I have suggested, it would run this volume to quite an impossible length if I were to attempt to give an account of anything like all the interesting dreams and dream facts that correspondents have been kind enough to send me. I will be content with mentioning a few of the more interesting, and I will first take one that is curiously illustrative of a fact that is well known indeed, but very interesting both on its bearing on the dream state in particular and on psychological phenomena in general. In this sample, some small article had been lost belonging to one of two sisters who were traveling together. I forgot now what, let us say it was a key. It could be found nowhere. But one night one of the sisters dreamed that she saw the key in the pocket of her travel bag. On waking, she told this dream to her sister. Her sister asked, "And have you looked in the pocket?" The first sister replied, "No, I have not, for the very good reason that there is no pocket in my travel bag." The other said, "Well, there is a pocket in mine. I will just have a look there on the chance," and there they found the key. The inference is that the dreamer had seen the key put into the pocket with the eye of the senses, though not with the eye of observation. Even when the key was so found, she had no recollection of seeing it placed there, but the brain had unconsciously recorded the sensation, had stumbled on that record in the course of sleep, and, by good luck, the sleeper chanced to remember the mental operation on awakening that had taken place during sleep. It is a singular and almost alarming reflection that our brains are stored with countless such records of things we know nothing, nor ever shall know unless the association of ideas or some peculiar mental state bring them to our notice. Miss Frances Power Cobb writes very interestingly and suggestively in regard to all on this side of the subject in her essays on unconscious cerebration and on dreams, respectively, as included in her volume named Darwinism in Morals. The dream state, with its apparently ready obedience to each suggestion arising from association of ideas, would seem to be very analogous to the state of hypnotic trance. In both, there is the same suspension of the powers of reason and attention, with an increase of some of those mental faculties that we are bound to deem lower. It is also worth noting that the mental operations of the sane dreamer have a close resemblance to the operations of the waking mind of a person suffering from that kind of dementia which comes from either an insufficient or an excessive supply of blood to the brain. To now more directly take up the argument in connection with the point of view which suggested my first tentative essay, I would say that there seem to me to be other classes that can be added to those set down at first from out of the mass of correspondence I have received. Several of these seem defined enough to suggest that nearly all the cases coming under one of these headings have a common cause. The dream of strange and beautiful scenery, the dream of death, the dream of a certain house, the dream of acting in a story, and the dream of hearing distinctly a voice in the room. The dream within a dream, and several others, would seem to be of sufficiently frequent occurrence to make them worthy a class unto themselves, but they are probably produced by causes that are too complex to give the most remote hope of discovering that common stimulus in the different cases. Although many correspondents have been kind enough to suggest causes for the different well-defined and common kinds of dreams, I hardly think that any of them are wholly satisfactory. On the other hand, the instances that they adduce cannot fail to be of interest, and may even be of value in tracing the stimulus that gives rise to each dream of the same class, and of which I will set out a few grouped under the proper headings in Part 3 of this chapter. As regards the falling dream, that is first on the list. The common account given of it is that it is caused by a form of indigestion, which produces pressure on the heart and consequent sending of blood to the brain with a jerk. But why this should make us imagine we are falling is still left unexplained, and I fail to see that this explanation puts us further on our road. It is to be observed that when we say that we imagine we are falling, we give a true account of the dream. But when we say we feel as if we are falling, in all probability we give an untrue account. For the great majority of us do not know what the sensation is of falling from a great height. What happens to us in the falling dream is therefore something that gives us the impression that we imagine we should experience in falling from a great height. That is all we can say. One of my correspondents does indeed suggest that the dream is a survival from the time when we lived in trees, and a chief anxiety of our lives was the fear of falling out of them in sleep. But I am not aware that monkeys often fall from trees in their sleep. And even so, we ceased being monkeys some time ago. If we analyze our impression of falling from a height, I think we shall find that a chief factor in it is the moving upward, past our eyes, of stationary objects, as the sides of the precipice, etc. If any quaint trick were to be played by our circulation on the optic nerves during sleep, so as to give us the impression of things moving upwards past us, it seems to me we should at once have material for the construction of such a falling dream. Also, though there are exceptions, it would account for the singular fact that so few of us who experience the falling dream ever come to the bottom. For we may suppose that most of us are awoken by the vividness of the impression of the stationary objects going past our eyes. Of course, I only hazard this as a merest unconfirmed conjecture, which, in my humble opinion, only claims the merit of being a better explanation than any other I have yet heard or seen. It is also an explanation that might perhaps account for the flying dream, with a slight difference. Any influence on the optic nerve which could make us appear to see objects moving horizontally below us might conceivably give us the impression that we were moving horizontally above them, and I should very much like to hear whether either or both of these dreams come within the category of dreams known to blind persons. For if either class of these so common dreams were constantly excluded from their categories, the inference would be strong that the dreams were connected with the optic nerves. I believe it to be a tolerably ascertained fact, as it is in accordance with a priori probability, that blind persons never imagine themselves to be sighted in their dreams. Their dreams are confined to impressions of the senses that they do possess in waking life. Incidentally, I may say that among all my correspondents, to most of whom the flying dream is familiar, only one flew at any considerable height. All the rest of the world appear to just skim over the pedestrians' heads with a floating motion, or skate or slide just above the ground, sometimes in an upright posture. The prone position of the body during sleep is an explanation suggested for the ordinary flying dream, but one that scarcely strikes me as being very satisfactory. In regard to the dream of inadequate clothing, I regret to say that one or two of my correspondents admit appearing in their dreams in a condition of utter nudity, yet with no properly corresponding sense of shame. A sense of shame there is, yet in no degree adequate to the offense. While on this point, I may say that whereas one correspondent avers that the moral sense is active in the dream state, so that she feels acute remorse for her evil acts, in the very great majority of instances it seems to be in utter abeyance, so that the mildest-mannered and most tender-conscienced commit atrocious crimes, without a regretful afterthought. I think the best-known illustration of this almost utter abeyance of the moral judgment in dreams, being of course only of a piece with the almost utter abeyance of the attentive faculty, is that cited before from Miss Frances Power Cobbe, who writes of a friend of hers, a well-known man and a gentleman, as well as a gentleman, who imagined himself to run a friend through the body with a sword in his dream. And, so far from repenting of his deed when done, he was conscious of a certain satisfaction, as at an artistic piece of splitting, in seeing a foot or so of the blade sticking out through the friend's back. This case has been published already. I have not the publication here to refer to it, but to the best of my recollection there had not been the slightest discussion or quarrel between the friends, in the dream or in life, such as would give rise to the angry emotion that should give a conceivable cause for the act of murder. It was done in cold blood, on a sudden impulse, and the murderer took an aesthetic delight in the fine art with which the murder was done. Though this is an extreme case of the absence of moral sense, it is typical on that very account. This is supported by instances too many to name, instances for which most will find a parallel in their own dream experience. It may be noted that in all cases of execution or threatened punishment by justice, the victim always supposes his innocence, or at least does not suppose his guilt. I think I have only a single correspondent out of the number that have been good enough to write me who maintains that she has any sense of remorse for the many and various moral outrages that we seem to commit in our dreams. The conclusion is that any real sense of moral judgment or responsibility is very rare indeed, that the absence of the ethical attitude is the rule, as could only be expected, seeing that the ethical judgment cannot exist with the almost total abeyance of the rational attention which we have seen to characterize the mental operations of dreams. By way of explanation for the dream of inadequate clothing, it is suggested that this is produced by the fact that our night dresses are of a light material, as a rule, perhaps giving the impression that we are lightly clad. However, the blankets are comfortably thick, and we ought to find that we have thrown off most of the bedclothes when we awake from this dream if we are to accept this hypothesis, which I do not think is the case. Again, we ought to dream this particular dream more often in warm weather than in the winter, when one's bedclothing is light rather than when it is heavy. But, again, this does not seem to agree with the evidence. Neither do the changes in the temperature, nor indeed any external sensational cause, seem to give adequate explanation of any of the well-defined classes of dreams, although it is possible to induce a sleeper to answer you by addressing him a question that seems suited to the course of his mental operations, as you infer it from his more or less coherent talking in his sleep. Broadly, I think it may be said that there is no ascertainable common external cause for any of the dreams in these classes. I ventured to suggest the dream of inadequate clothing as due to an idea inspired by some inconvenience that had actually occurred. For example, a person coming into a room unexpectedly while one is dressing. the intruder may be mistaking it for his own room. I was perhaps properly rebuked by one of my correspondents for that suggestion. Yet conceivable cases of the kind are infinite. The dream of the gratification of a darling wish permits a very similar explanation, and perhaps presents less difficulty than any other class in the category. And the dream of unsuccessful packing, that might perhaps be better termed the dream of exaggerated trivial inconvenience, this arises probably enough from a remembrance of similar inconveniences actually occurring, which the unrestricted dream imagination magnifies according to its manner. The dream that a beast or bogey pursues you, and that you suffer from a paralysis preventing your escape, as well as the dream that you are drawn irresistibly to a burning, fiery furnace or other undesirable place, may arise from a recollection of childish terrors, aided, as has been suggested to me, by the comparative inability to move one's limbs in sleep. My correspondent, who ascribes the falling dream to an inheritance from our anthropoid days, has no trouble in explaining the bogey dream in a like fashion. From my own experience, I am satisfied that the bogey dream is nearly, if not quite always, caused by physical discomfort, whether arising from the operations of digestion or the position of the body. But I cannot find that any particular form of the bogey dream follows any particular form of such physical discomfort. A startling kind of bogey is suggested by a child's dream that the ticket collector came to the door of the railway carriage with the face of a monster. This dream might be the punishment of conscience for traveling first class with a third-class ticket. I think we are unable to suggest dreams to ourselves by an effort of will. One correspondent I have quoted as telling me that he concentrates his last waking thoughts on any particular subject if he wishes to avoid dreaming of it, in the assurance that it will not then recur in his dreams. But reason and volition are not always fast asleep, though they generally are, for many of us are conscious of effectively willing the continuance of a pleasant dream, despite being unable to suggest it to ourselves effectively in the first place, nor renew it after being fully awake. Moreover, it happens now and then that we have a recurrence of the bogey dream or nightmare that so vexed our childhood when we come to mature years, and therein it occurs not very infrequently that we recognize the torment to be a dream affair, and force ourselves awake from it, knowing that it will continue to torment us if we let it run its course, though we know it to be a dream. A very singular feature of the business. This, if nothing else, should suffice to show that reason and volition are not always in complete abeyance during sleep. And further, the fact that this dream terror or nightmare is so much more common with children than adults is probably due in great measure to the fact that their less developed powers of reason and will are more easily and completely overcome in sleep. To a rather similar cause, we may perhaps attribute the dreams of terror that attend the sleep of those whose powers of mind and will have been generally weakened by illness, excessive drinking, or by any abnormal and prolonged strain on the nerves. Part 3. I will now proceed to quotation of the more interesting instances of common kinds of dreams that correspondents have been kind enough to send me, under their own headings. A. Instances of the falling dream. Besides the actual falling dream, it is to be noticed that there is an experience akin to it that is very common, namely, a sensation of falling some 3 or 4 feet while half awake. It is quite painless, only accompanied by slight shock, and I believe that the doctors ascribe it to something that happens to the heart. This lies outside our subject, for it is not a dream at all, and it is a little curious that one of the very few of my correspondents to whom the falling dream is unknown says that the sensation of a sudden drop while half asleep and half awake is strangely frequent with him. Another correspondent has a curious dream sensation which he classes under the head of the flying dream, but it seems to come under the head of the falling dream equally well, and indeed to be a singular medley of the two. This correspondent writes as follows, quoting, "As regards what you say about flying in your dreams being a pleasurable sensation, it never was so to me. As a child, I have a vivid recollection of constantly flying downstairs in my dream, but having all the time a perfect terror of dropping down, and was only too thankful when I found myself on terra firma at the bottom." Unquote. Surely, so far, flying with the fear of dropping and the sensation of terror therewith is more akin to falling than flying, as the two are commonly experienced in the dream illusion. And the true flying, so to speak, is generally so pleasant a sensation that it seems quite different from the experience of this writer in that regard. On the other hand, the fact that the dreamer landed, that the falling, as she calls it, actually finished, differentiates this altogether from the typical falling dream, so that this has to be regarded as a kind of freak dream, a cross between the falling dream and the flying, and with some qualities of both. Neither the typical falling nor flying dreams occur in the experience of the above correspondent. However, it would seem that reaching the bottom of the fall in the falling dream is not so unusual as I had supposed, for another correspondent writes, quoting, "With regard to number 1 class, the writer of these notes knows several people who have more than once reached the bottom in safety, though most dreamers wake with a start just before the end of the fall." Unquote. Another correspondent writes to me of an experience which consists at first of falling, but its line becomes less and less perpendicular towards the end of the fall, until it ends by a kind of skating away along a horizontal line. The curious finish to the fall seems to ally this dream to the crossbred falling and flying dream noticed just above. There seems a tendency for the illusion of actual flying to merge into a gliding in an upright posture, as will be seen when we go on to discuss the second class. Miss Frances Power Cobb writes, quoting, "I have read somewhere that the falling dream arises when the process of pressure of the blood vessels on the brain takes place with a jerk instead of gradually, and that we have in fact a sort of miniature apoplectic fit." Unquote. It is evident that Miss Cobb does not attach much importance to this commonplace explanation, which, if it explains anything at all, will perhaps explain the sudden drop in the half-asleep state equally well, if not better than, the fall in the dream state. Miss Cobb also says that there is, quote, "a terrible kind of disease of the brain in which the otherwise sane patient imagines that a great chasm or abyss opens suddenly before him in the street or the floor of his room, and he retreats instantly in horror." Unquote. Miss Cobb suggests that this may be merely an exaggerated form of the falling dream. But against this theory comes the consideration that Miss Cobb herself ventures on in the following sentence that, quote, "This dream is very abrupt, not led up to, as most vivid dreams are, by introducing circumstances, and is always followed immediately by waking." Unquote. As it appears to me, this is very typical of this falling dream, and I do not know any other dream that is quite like it in this circumstance, and of which the probable explanation is that the illusion of falling being so very vivid, it is far more likely to remain in the waking consciousness than any of the introducing circumstances. The fall over a precipice is a much more striking incident than the walk up to its edge, which walk very likely occurs to our sleeping fancy, but is not remembered when we wake up. The vividness of the illusion of falling may even have an active effort in obliterating the consciousness of any less vivid introductory illusion. This explanation I offer as merely the most vague conjecture. In the most typical and frequent form of the falling dream, one wakes before reaching the bottom. Indeed, as I have said elsewhere, A common notion or saying is that if you dreamed of reaching the bottom, you would die then and there, presumably of nervous shock. However, by the nature of the case, this can be, again, but a conjecture of the most vague kind. There is no proof that anyone ever died such a death, and, on the other side of the argument, I have the evidence of one correspondent at least who reached the bottom, not in any oblique gliding fashion, but with an impact direct and clashing, like a lyddite shell. This lady writes, quoting, "You say you have never heard of anyone falling who has arrived at the bottom. I have arrived, with a crash, have broken up into pieces, and then I, a sort of detached ego, have picked up the pieces and glued them together again." Unquote. Now, this is marvelous, even magnificent, but it is not war. That is to say, it is not the typical falling dream. It sounds more like war than dreaming, but we may dismiss it as not being made in the mold of the ordinary falling dream. It is a freak, and a mightily disagreeable one, as we may imagine. A correspondent describes another variant of the falling dream as follows, quoting, "As to the falling dream, I never awake immediately, except when I only seem to step over a cliff, without any dream at all, immediately after going to sleep." Unquote. Evidently, this is the drop of a few feet in the transition stage between sleep and wakefulness, as described by another correspondent, and is not, as that correspondent says, a dream at all. He proceeds, quote, "I generally throw myself over the precipice to escape something, not always exactly alarming, and the result is that at once I have the sensation of being carried away on a river, my sleep becoming dreamless." Unquote. This is something like the way in which that other correspondent experiences the falling dream, the falling turning into a gliding and finishing without any shock, even without sufficient shock to awake the dreamer. Very different from the lyddite shell business of the last correspondent's alighting. In this account, it is also to be noted that there are introductory circumstances which persuade the dreamer to voluntarily throw himself over the precipice. It is well that no precipices are at hand when we see certain of our friends approaching us in waking life. Otherwise, we might be tempted by the example of this dreamer in his heroic mode of getting free from the friendly attention. Again, this dream is evidently a freak or departure from the true type of falling dream. The correspondent adds, quote, "I remember this in my dreams and throw myself over with perfect confidence and do not see anything as I go down. Indeed, I have no sensation of going down. After the spring, the floating away comes at once." Unquote. Evidently, this is not the true falling dream at all. One correspondent, who dreams the falling dream in its typical form, gives me a suggested cause of it, which is well worth noting, however much or little we may be disposed to adopt it. The first sentence of that correspondent, which I will quote in a moment, is by way of an answer to a suggestion of my own, that the falling dream might be the outcome of an optical delusion, which showed some object passing upwards from below. This would satisfy the optical condition of a long fall, and might conceivably arise from some momentary twitch of the optic nerve. My correspondent writes thus, quoting, "In my own case, I do not, in the falling dream, see any objects at all, either apparently rising or otherwise. The sensation is purely of physical falling, but without striking against anything, rather as if the ground or bed were suddenly removed from under me. I have felt something not unlike it when in a berth at sea, when the sea was very rough and the berth suddenly descended, leaving me, for a perceptible fraction of a second, behind. This seems to suggest another possible explanation. Can the sensation be due to one's losing the bodily impression of the bed beneath one a little too soon, before the brain is sufficiently conscious not to be startled by the apparent loss of support to the body?" Unquote. The very least to say of this is that it is a very ingenious theory. My own doubt is whether the physiological conditions of sleep will permit its acceptance. Another correspondent writing to me of the falling dream tells me that his experience of it presents features in most respects quite normal, but differing from type, in that, quote, I reach the bottom and the sudden concussion awakes me. This I had always attributed to some momentary cessation of the heart's action, which probably caused the whole dream. Unquote. This is the popular account, no doubt, but it is hardly scientifically accurate. Yet another writer, whose experience of the falling dream seems to conform in general to the type, expresses in this way a departure from it. Quote, I, however, always experience a cold terror while falling, and never wonder at any lack of fear. Unquote. From all that my correspondents say, I gather that this is a very rare departure from the type. Alice in Wonderland is typical of the dream, falling down the rabbit hole and thinking how brave the people at home would deem her not to be frightened. I will quote only one more writer, and then we will cease to fall, which is a stupid action after all, and commence to fly, which is much more engaging. This correspondent suggests that the falling dream is purely physical. She writes, quoting, I always believed it to be caused by the relaxing of one's muscles, as one sees in dogs and cats when fast asleep. A twitch of the limbs will cause them to start violently, and perhaps utter a sound of distress, sometimes causing them to wake, but not always, and most clearly causing a dream, presumably like that of falling. Unquote. Are we to admit that adverb, presumably, and let it go unchallenged? After all, if we admit the twitch to be identical with the falling sensation, does not that leave questions behind still to be answered? What is the cause of the twitch? And is not a twitch familiar to us as something different from a fall? So let us leave this business of falling, some of us gliding on arrival at the bottom as if on skates and ice, some of us landing dynamically with a crash and a splutter of fragments, but most of us never reaching the bottom at all, our dream breaking off with us in mid-air, which is the most obviously proper situation in which to begin the more honorable business of flight. Lucifer and the devils fall, but all good angels fly. B. Instances of the flying dream. A great many of my correspondents who have read the essay that I threw out tentatively to attract records of dream experience take me to task very strongly for saying that the majority of dreams are unpleasant. Indeed, so many write to this effect that I am convinced I must be wrong, and that the majority of mankind find a balance of pleasure over discomfort in dreamland. A conclusion that is certainly more comfortable than the gloomy one which my own experience led me to offer in the first place. One of these correspondents writes, quoting, I am sure that many could speak of the lovely dream world to which the ivory gate admits them. There are dreams of beautiful scenery, such as the waking eyes have never beheld, of entrancing music, mostly heard at a distance, of hearing again loved voices, long hushed in death. This last comes under the class of dreams from which the waking is sad, but many others are most refreshing. One is taken out of the narrow, depressing life of the sick room. One is well again, active, seeing and hearing beautiful things. Unquote. A sufficient proportion of correspondents write in this strain to convince me that the sad conclusion I drew, chiefly from my own nightmares, was wrong, and that dreaming is to be reckoned on the side of the pleasures of life. I do not know whether Sir John Lubbock, author of The Pleasures of Life, mentions dreaming among the pleasures in his category. Amongst the pleasures of dreams ought surely to be catalogued this most pleasant fancy of flying. I think the type of it, that is to say, its most general form, is a skimming in a horizontal position with some easy swimming-like movements of the arms at a height of, say, 8 or 10 feet, either in a room or outside. The rising off the ground is effected by a jump, and so many have the feeling that this rising is assisted by drawing the breath in strongly as to suggest that this flying dream is caused by some action of the breathing organs. It remains a conjecture. There seem to be many variants of this typical flying dream, as of the falling dream. One correspondent writes, quoting, "The flying dream I often experienced, but in my version the flight is never overhead. It is like a sensation of skating on air just above the ground rather than flying that I have. I move forward rapidly with long swimming strokes and feel surprised always either at my never having found out my powers in this line before, or at my having neglected so delightful a method of locomotion. For there is often a memory of former dreams of flight, though never as dreams. I think, why, I have done this before. I can't understand why I gave it up. Sometimes I soar slowly upwards and move about a room, for such soaring dreams have always their place indoors, while the air skating, if I may call it so, is always outside." Unquote. This air skating, presumably in an upright posture, seems to be not at all infrequent, but more commonly occurring to those who do not know what it is to fly properly. It seems, as it were, the beginning of flight, the sensations being very similar in kind though different in degree, both having in common the sensation of moving forward through the air by means that are not within man's power of locomotion, with all excuses to the levitationists. One correspondent says, quote, "The flying dream I have never had. The nearest approach was floating down the stairs, upright with my hand on the baluster, without touching the steps with my feet." Unquote. This seems to be the very infancy of the art of dream flying, and to belong almost as much to the falling as to the flying class. It is really scarcely more than a slightly glorified fall. Another correspondent writes interestingly of the flying dream thus, quoting, "The flying dream is most pleasant. In my dreams I am sometimes asked how I do it, and explain that it is perfectly easy. One has only to raise oneself from the ground, and can then skim along, upright, without any exertion. There seems to be a slight exertion in raising oneself, and in getting up to a higher level, but that is all. I am almost always in a building, but sometimes it is of enormous height, and I have often raised myself to the top. I do not see things below me, but look straight in front or to the side and notice details of the architecture, etc." Unquote. It is very singular how often people dream of flight within a building. Singular because it seems so unnatural, so unlikely, so contrary to experience. In experience, when we see things flying, they are flying out of doors, with the exception of houseflies and an occasional moth. The first idea that the word flight suggests to us is flight in the open air, not inside a room, and generally we notice the flight of birds going from tree to tree. Now, it never, so far as I know, and never is a big word, but it never happens to anyone to dream of flitting from tree to tree like a bird, or from flower to flower like a butterfly. It is always a long, skimming flight, sometimes aided by kicks on the ground, as a bad swimmer aids himself to swim in shallow water. Evidently it does not owe its origin to dream memories of birds and fancying ourselves capable of their flight. It is flight sui generis, or unlike any other. In another letter, I have an account of the flying dream not unlike the last, only that, in this case, the air skating is done without any of those long, powerful strokes, presumably of the feet and legs, that the former speaks of. in fact without movement of limbs at all, so that it were better described as air sliding than air skating. This writer says, quoting, "My experience of the flying dream is of a rapid movement at about a foot from the ground, without any motion whatsoever of the limbs, and is only exceeded in pleasurable sensation by that of one which might be classed as the dream of discovering new and beautiful scenery in familiar haunts of one's waking hours, dream transformation of my daily walks and an ancient neighborhood." Unquote. In every instance, whatever the position of the body and the height of the so-called flight, it would seem that the sensation is a pleasant one, even as we all imagine that the sensation of flight would be delightful were we really able to fly. As a matter of fact, the birds which can fly seldom seem to do it for amusement. The skylark apparently soars for its pleasure, wild ducks fly in circles around roosting time, and rooks or starlings perform evolutions that do not seem to have any special purpose in the air. But these are exceptions from the general rule that birds only use their wings to take them where their business calls them, and do not go flying about just for the fun of flying, as we imagine we should do if we could. Our flight in dreams is always an amusement. We never seem to use the power merely as a base means of transit. It is something better. An exceptional case of the flying dream, in respect of the altitude of the height, is given by another correspondent, who says, quoting, "I often dream of flying, only I always find myself flying at a great height, and a delightful sensation it is. I seem to dread getting near the ground, as I know I shall be unable to rise again, and yet eventually something drags me down, and when I get near the earth I always awake." Unquote. Is this an instance of the flying dream passing into the falling dream? Its end has some of the features of the falling dream, and we have seen cases of the falling dream apparently passing into the flying dream, or at least into the air skating or sliding. These instances are to be noticed because it is one of the commonplace remarks about dreams that, in spite of their incoherence, they always follow the same emotional course. That is to say, that a pleasant dream is pleasant from first to last, the imagination selecting only the thoughts that are pleasurable and stringing them together in its own haphazard fashion. Whereas in an unpleasant dream, the imagination picks up only the unpleasant things that are suggested. This is a theory to which I find many contradictory instances, dreams often passing from the pleasant to the disagreeable, and vice versa. The passing from falling to flying, and perhaps vice versa, are instances in point. For the falling dream is the reverse of pleasant, although generally unaccompanied by terror, whereas the dream flight is always pleasant, however lowly it may be. The idea that filling the lungs helps in levitation by giving oneself a feeling of buoyancy occurs in several of the communications I have had under this heading. One writes, quoting, "The flying dream was common with me some years ago, but I used to fly by going sideways, not far, say 18 inches from the ground, every now and again giving myself a fresh push with my foot. I fancied breathing helped me, but everything seemed to depend on the volition of the will. As I used to glide by people, I would pity their having to walk, and wondered that I ever walked when I could go thus." Unquote. This sense of wonder and compassion is very typical of the flying dream, and scarcely less so is the idea that a deal of the flight is done by hard willing. What is very unusual is the sense of flying sideways. The common sensation is of floating forward in a horizontal line, the body itself in a horizontal posture, or far less often upright. This side-swimming action, with a kick off the floor now and again, is quite abnormal. Another writer confirms the service that the will seems to perform in the dream flight, as follows, quoting, "With respect to dreams of flying, I have never had them, but I have often, and often felt in my dreams, that I had a perfect power of swimming through the air, without any bodily action, but simply by a strong effort of volition. So vivid has this impression been that, on awaking, I have been for some time unable to persuade myself that it was only a dream." Unquote. In spite of this writer's preface to his account, it is evident that this is really the flying dream, in the sense, perhaps too loose, in which I have used the term as a class heading. Not only does the account fall within the class, but it is fairly typical of it, so far as the account explains itself. The flying dream has a distinct type of its own. It is apt, as we have seen, to pass into the falling dream, in which case it seems to lose its pleasurable character and become disagreeable. But I do not think that in any typical case of the flying dream it gives other than a delightful sensation. One of my correspondents, it is true, writes in a contrary sense. To quote again what was written above, "As regards what you say about flying dreams being a pleasurable sensation, it never was so to me. As a child, I have a vivid recollection of constantly flying downstairs in my dream, but having all the time a perfect terror of dropping down, and was only too thankful when I found myself on terra firma at the bottom." Unquote. This, which is given as a contradictory instance, is really not to be regarded in that light, for it is evident that this is a quite different dream from the typical flying dream. It is indeed quite as like the type of the falling dream, and is to be looked on more as an instance of the transition from the one class to the other. There is more of terror expressed in the account of it than is common even for the falling dream itself, from the type of which it is further separated by the ultimate safe landing at the bottom. But probably this is really to be regarded as one of the unclassified dreams which do not fall fairly under the one class or the other for this reason, that the correspondent names the particular staircase in their house in Amen Court down which she used to take this dream flight or fall. This sensation of a distinctly recognized locality for the fall or flight is not typical of either the falling or the flying dream. In general, there is the sensation of falling or flying, but not falling down any particular precipice or well, nor flying to or from any particular place. There are exceptions, but this is the rule. And I think this singular dream we are talking about must rank among the great number of the unclassified. It presents too many exceptions to come very kindly under either the heading of flying or falling. C. Instances of the dream of inadequate clothing. It is painful to report that further correspondence inclines me to suppose that the aggravated form of this dream, in which we appear in public in perfect nudity, is less rare than I had thought. One correspondent, it will be seen, apologizes for the aggravated form in which she envisages herself in this dream by saying that she is accustomed to draw from the nude. That is better, no doubt, than no apology at all. If we can regard ourselves thus from the point of view of the artist, while in the studio we are justified in feeling no shame, but still, the model for Queen Guinevere did not go forth in Piccadilly as she sat for that equestrian picture. For such doings as these, we have to go to the night side of nature, or to the dreamland, with which it is about equally real. No doubt we are reconciled to the precarious state the more easily because it seems to give no offense. This, I think, is always the case. I have collected no instance of the spectators rebuking the inadequately clothed for their nudity. A clergyman writes, quoting, "When going only half-dressed into a room full of people in my dream, and dreadfully conscious of the lapse from decency and good manners, nobody notices it in the least." Unquote. So tactful of them. It is the attitude that the spectators always adopt towards the poor hero of this dream. A very painful form of this dream of inadequate clothing, as attacking the clergy, is related by another correspondent. He writes, quote, "A clergyman once told me that he used to dream that he was late for church, undressed and unable to get on the gown to cover his naked limbs." Unquote. In this case, the dream of inadequate clothing seems to have been supplemented and aggravated by some of the vexations belonging properly to another class, the dream of trivial inconveniences. The idea of being late does not enter into the typical form of the inadequate clothing dream. It is an outside or extra aggravation. But the dream was otherwise typical enough, and, after this, who can doubt that the devil busies himself with sending dreams now even as he did in the Middle Ages? An ingenious suggestion for the cause producing this dream of inadequate clothing is given by a correspondent whom I am on the point of quoting. It is a suggested cause that may perhaps carry the more weight because of the different degrees of inadequacy in the dream toilet which we have seen to prevail, the delusion of complete nudity being quite exceptional. My correspondent writes, quoting, "With regard to the dream of inadequate clothing, I have long had the idea, very open to question, I know, that it is caused by the last impression we receive of our own appearance before going to bed. Most people, I think, have a stage in their going-to-bed operations at which they take things rather easily, brush their hair, read a little, or think over the events of the day. It seems to me that this appearance of oneself in a state of semi-undress, impressed more strongly by the reflection of the bedroom mirror as we move about, is about the last picture presented to the eye, the picture which consequently tends to reappear in sleep. The only proof I can offer in support of this theory is that, in my own dreams of this class, I always find myself at the same stage of undress, and that being the one at which I habitually pause. I believe that this might be found to be the same with other people who suffer from this dream." Unquote. Now, this is a very ingenious theory, but it does not quite seem to work out right. In the first place, I think not many men ever contemplate themselves on their way to bed with the Narcissus-like satisfaction here suggested. As a rule, one is too sleepy or too cold or too something. Also, one is perhaps not worth looking at. But those who do contemplate themselves on the way to bed at the hair-brushing stage are women. They sit long before the glass while a maid or their own hands brush their hair. But, though I have inquired, so closely as one may inquire into a matter so delicate, I have not been able to learn that this particular stage of undress, rather than any other, is the one at which one appears to be going into the best society in dreams. Nor is there any special suggestion of the flowing locks, which ought to accompany the appearance if the fancy were so strictly connected with the hair-brushing and mirror-gazing moment. At the same time, we find that this dream is quite common among men, who I do not think have a habit of contemplating their reflection in a state of semi-toilet. There is also to be said that the thoughts which occupy the mind just before the moment of sleep are by no means those which are likely to occupy our dream thoughts. To this argument, answer may be made that this is not an affair of the occupation of the mind with a subject, but of the scarcely conscious notice of a familiar object taken by the eye. Maybe this is a crude answer, but there is a certain objection to the theory advanced to which I do not perceive an adequate answer. That objection regards the real essence of this dream, that its distinguishing feature is not simple nudity or even semi-nudity, but, in the typical form of it, that of semi-nudity at the wrong time, without a sufficient regard to those relatives on which so much stress is laid by Aristotle, the when, the where, and in what manner. It is not simply that we dream we are naked, or in a semi-undress, as in the negligee appropriate to the hair-brushing stage, for which a woman has no reason to blush in her maid's presence, but it is the semi-nudity in the presence of conventional frock-coated society. It is semi-nudity not at the right time, even though it be the time shortly before the hour of sleep. One of my correspondents who suffers from the dream of inadequate clothing in its extreme form of absolute nudity records that she takes to herself comfort of a philosophical kind by the following quite logical reasoning. Quoting, "I usually console myself by thinking that people shouldn't be there when they are not wanted, and that since they don't mind, I needn't." Unquote. This is philosophy at the heroic height. No doubt the most apparent theory on which to explain the dream of inadequate clothing is that one is actually inadequately clothed, with bedclothes insufficient for their purpose, or, at all events, foregoing one's walks abroad. To this effect, another of my correspondents says, quoting, "The dream of inadequate clothing, I must think, arises from the fact that one is inadequately clothed for appearing in public. I have never had anyone come to my room unexpectedly while I was dressing." Unquote. This last remark is evidently an answer to a suggestion that the dream was inspired by an inopportune opening of the door when the toilet was not complete. This writer goes on shamelessly, quoting, "I must confess that it does not trouble me in the least, but I am personally concerned about my bare feet, and have shuffled them under the sand when bathing on the seashore, so that they might not be seen. Sometimes I am only afraid of their being hurt." Unquote. The trouble about accepting the theory advanced here is that it does not accord with the facts. So far as I can make out, we do not dream the nude dream, so to call it, when we are under warm bedclothes, nor does the general type of this dream seem to be appearance in one's nightgown or pajamas, but appearance in a state of semi-day toilet. However, there is some fuller discussion of this delicate subject elsewhere. With regard to the dream of inadequate clothing, as experienced by the writer who shuffles bare feet under the sand, it all looks as if it might be called more rightly a dream of bathing, a reminiscence of preparation for sea bathing, rather than a dream of insufficient clothing. The clothing that is perfectly adequate for bathing is light, but it is not adequate for going to church or to court. Similarly, on a hot night in summer, the bedclothes will be light, but may be quite adequate, and the class of dreams we have been talking about is typically one in which the clothing is not adequate. D. Instances of the bogey dream. The instances of the bogey dream that correspondents have kindly communicated are very many, widely varied, and exceptionally curious. There is a special form of the bogey dream evidently recurring so often that I shall group a few of its instances under a class by itself. The dream that one is dead and has curious post-mortem experiences, sometimes but not always disagreeable. I am rather sorry to think that dream death has never come within my own experience, for there is no doubt that the sensations are novel and interesting. Of course, the veritable terror of the bogey belongs more to the dreams of childhood than of grown-up people, and indeed it is commonly said that all dreaming is much more frequent in early years than later, say the first 15 years of life. Probably, the meaning of this is that we do not fully realize that dreams are no more than a delusion until we come to the years of a certain discretion. That fuller knowledge enables us to realize unconsciously the unreality of the mental experience we have just passed through at the very moment of awaking, which experience we therefore at once cease to attend to, and turn our thoughts to subjects of more natural interest. The child, on awaking, has not this instant full appreciation of the fanciful nature of his sleeping thoughts. Dwelling on them longer in the first of his waking thoughts, he therefore impresses them on his mind, and will, more often than the adult, have that waking consciousness of his mental operations in sleep which we have seen to enter into the strict definition of the word dream. On the theory that every mental operation occurring in sleep is to be called a dream, the man probably dreams as often as the child. Indeed, it is probable that both dream in this sense almost, if not quite, continuously. But the waking consciousness of such operation of the mind will remain with the child more often than with the adult. The phrases sleeping like a child, or the peaceful sleep of children, and so on, in such common use, are testimony to the fact that the child shows less evidence to an onlooker of its mental operations during sleep, although it is generally agreed that children do dream, in the truest sense of the word, far more often than the adult. The bogey dream is naturally more common with the child than with the adult. That is, it bears a larger relation to the total of dream experiences. For few children are entirely free of a fear of the dark, or of ghosts or burglars, fears that are often put into their heads by foolish nursemaids in the first place. This fear, without the appearance of the object that inspires the terror, is quite typical of the bogey dream. Thus, one correspondent writes, quoting, "I have had a dream of walking in some neighborhood where some wild beast was at large, and being very much afraid of meeting it, but it has never run after me." Unquote. Well, that is very much what happens to children, and very nervous grown-ups too, if they have occasion to walk at night through a lonely wood. They imagine sounds, shadows take the form of men lurking in wait behind tree trunks, and so on, until fear of something quite unseen overmasters them, and they fairly turn tail and run. Children do it and confess it. Adults do it more often than they confess, unless they are much misjudged. Another kind of terror, very typical of the kind of trouble that harasses us in the bogey dream, is described by the correspondent just quoted. They say, "I sometimes dream of trying to shut a door or window to keep out some danger, robbers generally, and being unable to secure the fastenings." Unquote. Any form of unreasonable inability to escape from the terror that is pursuing us is typical of this class of dream. On the other hand, I do not think that all fleeing from a terrible pursuit comes fairly under this head. For instance, one friend writes to me, quote, "A dream I have often had is of fleeing from justice, whose punishment I have merited, generally through theft." Unquote. A candid confession that is to be hoped is coupled with a conviction that dreams go by contraries. The same friend also says, quoting, "I have often dreamed of battle. I have fought through it, been wounded, and so on, all in the most realistic manner." Unquote. The realistic manner is perhaps what distinguishes these instances from the typical bogey dream. Therein, the terror is conceived as something unusual, vague, almost superstitious. It is nothing so definite as justice. Even when childhood invests some harmless individuality with terror, as in my own case, the terror is of a supernatural kind. Childhood's fancy and fears have invested it with terrors that do not properly belong to it, as they distinctly do belong to justice, presuming that its vengeance has been incurred. It is true, there is one correspondent who writes, quote, "I have no sense of fear or terror. If I am pursued by an animal, I always sooner or later escape from it, or overcome it in some way which causes a glow of pride." Unquote. This absence of terror is very unusual in the bogey dream. On the other hand, the sense of relief and joy at being rid of the bogey is much more frequent, and almost typical of the dream, when it lasts long enough for such a denouement, and does not wake the sleeper by the intensity of the terror. It is only natural that a sleeper who regards the pursuit with the calmness of this correspondent should carry on the dream to this pleasant finale. But the sense of relief and pleasure that commonly comes as a consequence of the danger evaded, following on all the disagreeable sensations of fear, is yet again opposed to the theory that dreams follow a single line of emotion, pleasurable or the reverse. There is a distinct change from the disagreeable to the pleasant in the emotion of imminent danger, followed by the emotion of danger escaped. In this kind of dream, there is often a knowledge that the whole affair is a dream and a delusion, yet at the same time it is accompanied with a terror that the sleeper cannot shake off. He knows that he can rid himself of the terror if he can but awake, and yet he is not always able to wake himself, in spite of all his efforts. Sometimes he succeeds, but generally it is only after severe effort, and in some cases, even while continuing to struggle toward wakefulness, he has to wait till some sensation from without gives his will the required energy, as in the following account, which may be taken as fairly typical of the bogey class of dream. Quoting, "I become suddenly aware in my sleep of some unseen presence in my bedroom, being at the same time conscious of the geography and details of the room. It is mostly a living presence, I suspect, but the terror of the supernatural is suggested. The object of my terror always remains invisible, either hidden by a cupboard door, hanging drapery, or by remaining below the level of my vision as I lie in bed. Indignation, coupled with a strange childish fear, compels me to shout words of adjuration, remonstrance, or threat. But enunciation is difficult in sleep, as the tongue refuses to act, and the unformed words seem to come from the throat making sounds most horrible, as I am told. All the time, I know it is a dream, and I have tried occasionally, but always in vain, to make some movement of the body so as to wake myself up. However, I have been so often awoken by my daughter, rapping on the walls of an adjoining room whenever she hears me, that I find myself, during the process of the dream, formulating the wish, 'Oh, when is she going to rap that I may awake?' Immediately I hear the rapping, I awake, and I usually find that I have both arms across my chest, or else that I am lying neither on my side nor my back, but midway between both." Unquote. It is rather hard to box the compass, so to speak, so finely as to understand exactly the point of anatomy meant by midway between the side and back. But it is interesting that this dream is very typical of the bogey kind, on the whole. This dream may be attributed to bodily discomfort more than any other, whether coming from causes without, as from position of the body and limbs, or from within, as lobster salad taken late at night. The bogey dream is, in fact, the genuine nightmare. And yet, on this very point, one of my correspondents raises a very curious question. She, a well-known writer, writes the following, quote, "It is indubitable that bad dreams are generally caused by some physical condition, especially that of the digestion. Everyone's experience bears this out. How is it, then, that in illness, and in cases where digestion is especially at fault, good dreams should be more frequent than bad ones?" Unquote. Of course, it is possible to deny that fact, but by observation of my own dreams during illness, and asking others for their experience, both personal and such as they have been able to note in others, it appears to me that the fact as stated by the writer is not to be denied, that it is absolutely correct, and that the inference to be drawn from it certainly seems to run counter to the prevalent theory that indigestion causes nightmare. Perhaps it is only a certain kind, degree, or phase of indigestion. At all events, the question raised is just one of those that we are surprised to find has not been answered long ago, in all the years that science has learned to be scientific. I find I have been rather severely taken to task by one or two correspondents for saying that it is very rare to dream of ghosts, several asserting that ghosts are a common form of their dream apparitions. But in almost every case, I find, on reading a little further, that what they speak of as ghosts are really apparitions of people who are in fact dead, but whom they do not realize to be dead in their dreams. They appear as living people, with no suggestion of the supernatural about them, and thus, as it seems to me, hardly come under the description of ghost, properly so called, for ghost essentially conveys the idea of the supernatural, and of the seer's knowledge that it is supernatural. It is just this knowledge, and its inevitably accompanying terror, that we do not have in our dream when we seem to see apparitions of the dead. One correspondent, who sees this distinction a good deal more clearly than most people seem to grasp it, says the following, quote, "I have sometimes dreamed of actual ghosts, and often of people who have died, not as ghosts, but as in bodily life, and yet remembering all the time that they have died. I have a great horror of this dream. Of course, I also often dream of them as living, without remembering their deaths, which is quite different." Unquote. Of course, it is that which makes all the difference. Another dream of a true ghost character is that of a daughter who dreamed a cruelly realistic dream in which her father, who had lately died, appeared to, quote, "enter the room carrying his coffin." Unquote. There were many details of the apparition too horrible to relate. Naturally, the dream made a very deep and lasting impression and frequently recurred. That same person seems quite in the habit of dreaming of ghostly visitations, but such cases would appear to be altogether exceptional, and the normal type is of the pursuit, attack, or terror of some dangerous beast, or some presence that has about it something of the supernatural, while there is an equally supernatural inability to escape until the fearful thing gets very close, when the terror seems to pass away at the same moment one awakes. It is quite common, I think, for the terror to pass, even before the waking moment, though it often also happens that one seems to be awakened by the very intensity of that terror itself. Sometimes the inability to escape takes rather ludicrous forms, as of the feet being caught in strawberry jam. It is seldom, I think, that the apparent paralysis of the limbs is total. One can generally move, but not fast enough to give one the most distant chance of escaping. One of the most absurd of the entanglements that prevent escape from the pursuing terror is described as, quote, "trying to get through a door small enough for fowl on the level of the floor and finding it distinctly difficult and inconvenient, only succeeding finally in squeezing half through the aperture." Unquote. A quaint variety of the wild beast terror described by the same writer is in the shape of a tame beast, such as a domestic cat or dog, suddenly becoming wild and attacking everyone in its vicinity with sudden and unaccountable ferocity, especially the dreamer. The account of another correspondent is similar in some ways. Quoting, "The first dreams I can remember in my early childhood were of wolves. These wolves varied in appearance between terriers and grizzly bears, but they were always called wolves, and generally ate me. This was uncomfortable, but not painful, and never seemed to do me any harm." Unquote. This catching, which we must presume as a preliminary stage of the eating, as the hare has to be caught before being cooked, even in such inconsequent affairs as dreams, serves to distinguish this dream from the normal type of the bogey dream, for the normal bogey never catches the dreamer. Much more like the typical bogey dream is this other, which the same writer contributes. Quoting, "A horrible dream of my childhood was of a book of most terrifying stories. At the beginning of the dream, someone would produce the book and read it to me, but in the course of time, I became more or less associated with the heroine. The stories varied, but the book was always the same." Unquote. It is not at all unusual for the dreamer to identify himself with some fictitious person of a play or novel. A curious form of the bogey is narrated by a correspondent previously mentioned. Quoting, "One is often worked up into a frenzy of despair by various objects increasing enormously in size, such as a person or a train at the other side of the room becoming alarmingly bigger as it approaches the unhappy dreamer." Unquote. In another part of that letter, the same correspondent says, quote, "A house on fire is with some a common form of danger, from which it seems impossible to escape, and a sudden awakening to consciousness proves a very great and real relief." Unquote. This is an instance of the normal stationary bogey dream, as one may call it. On the other hand, the instance that this writer further quotes seems to show complete departure from the type. He says, quoting, "Burglars hidden away in dark recesses of rooms, behind curtains, etc., usually followed in the dream by a wild and hopeless chase after the offender, and also frantic efforts to bar doors and windows against invaders of various descriptions, are most fruitful sources of terror." Unquote. Well, if there be terror in this, it would seem that the bulk of it is reserved for the burglar, after whom goes the wild and hopeless chase. It is certainly the chased, rather than the chaser, that ought to be the one terror-stricken, and this inversion of the roles differentiates this dream entirely from the normal type of bogey dream in which the terror of the dreamer is one of the most conspicuous and constant features. E. Instances of the dream of trivial inconvenience. From the letters that I have received, I am quite sure that I made rather too much of a specialized class of the journey dream. The dream that you are packing and always by some perversity put in your newly blacked boots or your sponge bag with your clean white shirts and no wrapping between. Or that your cab horse is struck with a paralysis that makes it almost impossible to catch even a southeastern train. These dreams, if they can be classified at all, ought to be classified rather in regard to the sensations and emotions they excite, rather than to the illusory objects that appear as their exciting causes. And I find a similar emotion of distress caused by many other fancies than the fancy that we are missing a train. I should therefore prefer to alter the title of this class into that of Dreams of Trivial Inconvenience. It is a class that includes the missing of trains, but I quite see that it is only by an accident that the dream of trivial inconvenience commonly afflicts me under that form, due perhaps to the fact that I happen to travel frequently. Thus, one correspondent writes, quoting, "The packing dream is the one that pursues me, but then I travel a great deal, and so I often go through the difficulties of not being able to close my trunk because it is too full." Unquote. Another writes, quote, "The journey dream is rare with me now, but used to take the form of not being able to find part of my dress." Unquote. This is presumably at the moment when time to catch the train was valuable. A typical instance of the dream of trivial inconvenience is one that seems tolerably common with clergymen. They lose their place or their memory while preaching. Thus one writes, quoting, "One of my unpleasant dreams, being a clergyman, is that I am in church, and I cannot find the collect or lessons or psalms, and I stand for a full half-hour turning over the pages, backwards and forwards, in agony, and cannot get any further. The strange thing is that the people whom I momentarily expect to get up and leave the church never seem to notice my dilemma." Unquote. This latter circumstance is very peculiar. It would not be so peculiar if it were the experience of this dreamer only. In that case, we might look on it as an accident, but it is in fact typical of what takes place not in this class of dream only, but also in the dream of inadequate clothing. As this same correspondent writes, quote, "When going only half-dressed into a room full of people in my dreams, and dreadfully conscious of the lapse from decency and good manners, nobody notices in the least." Unquote. It presents a very curious problem that the people whom I momentarily expect to get up and leave the church never seem to notice my dilemma. It is very curious because the whole scene is, of course, an invention of the mind, and yet the people in the church, although they are only the puppets of the mind that is inventing the whole show, do not act in the manner that the mind expects them to act, neither is this manner of acting one that any previous experience could unconsciously suggest. It all seems to raise a psychological problem of as much interest as difficulty. I am too afraid of my own ignorance to venture even a conjectural explanation. It is true that one never seems to be surprised in dreams, as another correspondent noticed, but it is hardly to be thought that we endow all the puppets of our dreams with the attitude of nil admirari, or the state of being surprised by nothing. At least, if we do so, the reason seems far to seek. One form that the journey dream is apt to take does not concern itself either with packing or with vain endeavor to catch the train that is on the point of starting, but consists of futile efforts to find the train in the bewildering intricacies of some nightmare railway, as one correspondent put it. It does not seem that this dream often causes sufficiently poignant discomfort to wake the dreamer in any of its forms, but I find that it sometimes does so, unless, indeed, the very fact of its waking him ought to put it outside the class of trivial inconvenience. Actually, I find this is the case in an instance almost exactly similar to the dream of the clergyman as narrated above, except in its denouement. In this second instance, it is the wife who writes as follows of her husband's dream, apparently of no trivial inconvenience to him. Quoting, "My husband, who is rector of this parish, is often tormented by a dream that he is reading the services in church. He fancies he is reading the services as usual when he happens to lift his eyes from the book for a moment, and when he looks back at the book, he cannot find the place. He stops short, turns the leaves backwards and forwards, goes into a flurry, fancies the book is upside down, turns it, but still cannot read the right sentence. The congregation are all staring at him in astonishment, and then, in an agony of shame and confusion, he awakes." Unquote. Perhaps we are to conclude that this is a clergyman of a much more sensitive nature than the other, so that what is to the other but matter of trivial inconvenience is to this one very much more. Certainly the latter is the manner in which it would be viewed in waking life by both. It is what we should expect. But for that very reason, it is not nearly as typical as the former of the dreams of trivial inconvenience. Indeed, the degree of the distress that it occasions seems to take it right out of that category, and exalt it rather to the dignity of a genuine nightmare. One correspondent writes, quote, "The dream of difficulties in packing for a journey I have known, but not as often as difficulties in reading, which you do not mention." Unquote. This is worth a little notice because there certainly appears to be a tendency for the dream of trivial inconvenience to repeat itself in the same form with the same person. Thus, the clergyman dreams of losing his place, the frequent traveler of troubles over his journey, but it does not often happen, so far as I can learn, that the same person will have more than one form of the trivial inconvenience dream at all constantly. He either has trouble with his journey, or with his place in church, or some other inconvenience of the kind, but one and the same person seldom suffers one at one time, and a different one at another time. It rather looks as if the same cause, recurring in sleep, produces the same dream of trivial inconvenience pretty consistently. But the above is an instance of a dreamer who has sometimes one form of the dream of trivial inconvenience, and sometimes another. I am led to think that such instances are rare. One correspondent writes to me, quote, "The packing up and many similar dreams I often have, but I almost always overcome the difficulties in the end." Unquote. I do not think that this successful finish is very typical or usual. The more usual thing is an awakening to a sense that the difficulties are ceasing to trouble us, but not to any sense that they are solved. It is as if the dream had gradually lost its reality before we awoke. But, of course, this does not necessarily imply that any length of time worth speaking of has passed between our awaking and the mental process in sleep which we remember when we awake. one would conjecture that the awakening was gradual in the normal type of this dream, unlike the swift recovery of all the working faculties which seems to accompany the awakening in consequence of a strong appeal to the senses, or of a strong emotion caused by the dream process itself. Another curious and not very usual form of the dream of trivial inconvenience a correspondent narrates as follows, quoting, "My most usual troubled dream, not amounting to nightmare, is of going up narrow, rough stairs, about unsealing lofts, through low garrets with gaps in the flooring, and finding myself in dismal places with no exit but a crack or finger hole, often seeing or fearing some haggish horror." Unquote. The sight or the fear of this haggish horror might well seem to bring this dream under the head of a bogey dream, rather than that of the trivial inconvenience, were it not that the writer expressly says that it does not amount to nightmare. For all that, it does seem that when the haggish horror enters on the scene, it must at once elevate the dream out of the class of trivial inconvenience, and perhaps the fact is that we may take the dreams described here as fairly falling under two heads, the one before the entry of the terror, under the trivial inconvenience head, the other after the terror's appearance, under the bogey heading. In any case, the dream is a curious one, the more so, as I should not gather from the rest of this writer's correspondence, that climbing about in lofts and garrets makes part of his ordinary walks in life, and the dream of trivial inconvenience generally takes place amid the common surroundings. The only other form of the trivial inconvenience dream that seems to me worth any special note is the form in which it seems apt to occur to people who are fond of shooting. It is thus that one correspondent describes it, and his description is typical enough. Quoting, "My most frequent nightmare is that I am shooting, and that my gun will not work. Sometimes it comes to pieces in my hands, sometimes I forget how to use it. And, as my nightmare gun is no ordinary weapon, but a curious and complicated structure, this is not to be wondered at. I am perfectly certain that if that gun were to be put into my waking hands, I should not be able to fire it. Then again, I always, being left-eyed, have to shut one eye when I shoot. In my dreams, I often shut the wrong eye. Curiously enough, I was shooting one day this autumn when I was not very well. Everything went wrong with me, and at last, to my horror, I found myself shutting my right eye, exactly as in my dreams. The sensation of waking nightmare was one of the most disagreeable I ever had, but I never dreamed that particular dream since." Unquote. The last few sentences are interesting enough, but they go into a line of psychological speculation which does not strictly belong to dreams, although dreams cast a valuable light on it. To adhere by our own lines, it is to be noticed that this dream is fairly typical of the dream of trivial inconvenience as it assails shooters. Another has told me that sometimes the trigger seems to be made of India rubber or some flaccid substance, so as to give the finger no power to pull the spring and release the striker. With another, the striker seems padded, so that it will not explode the detonating charge. And yet another tells me that his gun often hangs fire for an unconscionable time in dreams, and the doubt whether or not it means to go off long after the trigger has been pulled and the gun ever been taken from the shoulder is a very trying form of suspense. So it would be, were they aware of it, to all who happen to stand in its line of fire. From all such eccentricities of the shotgun, may the good Mr. Purdy deliver us. The writer whom I have quoted on this shooter's dream speaks of it as a nightmare, but the temperature of the discomfort does not really rise to that of nightmare. Evidently, this experience of the shooter rises in the scale of disagreeable to just about the same standard as that of the clergyman who loses his place in church, or the traveler who cannot pack his clothes and misses trains. They are trivial inconveniences, when all is said. They are not in the class of those nightmare bogies that drive us into a cold sweat of terror, but rather of that class of familiar little troubles that drive the layman to profanity and the clergyman to such lighter efforts in the same line as the color of his coat will permit him. One does not swear at the bogey of one's nightmare. He is much too terrifying. F. Instances of the dream of strange and beautiful scenery. Some of the accounts that are given under the head of dreams of lovely and generally unknown scenery are very curious. Thus, one correspondent who writes with much lucid suggestiveness tells me, quote, "The dream of new and lovely scenery I have pretty often, and also the kindred ones of finding new kinds of flowers or of seeing absolutely unknown colors." Unquote. This last imagination seems so curious as scarcely to be intelligible, for the evolution of the image of a new color seems as difficult as the grasp of a fourth dimension, until we begin to consider that dreaming of a strange and unknown color merely means temporarily having the opinion that we are seeing an unknown color. We do not realize the color any more than my friend who dreamed that he put pure Parisian into the mouth of a Frenchman was capable of speaking such French of Paris. We imagine we have seen an unknown color, just as we imagine we have performed some great intellectual feat, have composed some charming or epigrammatic verse. But the verse that we have supposed so pointed and charming proves the purest drivel undefiled to our waking criticism, if we can recall it. We cannot recall the imaginary impression of the unknown color, but we should probably find it the very muddiest color, or a common scarlet, if we could. A strange form of the unknown scenery dream is related by another correspondent. It may be said, in passing, that the new scenery or the new flower present nothing of the same difficulty as the unknown color. The former are but fresh combinations of what we have perceived. The latter, if it really were an unknown color, would mean a new creation out of nothing. This is the sort of creation that the finite man is not equal to. A correspondent writes, quoting, "Once I had a very odd dream experience. I was preparing busily, but not anxiously, for an examination, to pass which I had to go to Edinburgh. Some weeks before the date of the examination, I seemed in a dream to be walking through the familiar streets of that city. I was troubled, knowing that it was not yet time for me to be there. As I walked along, I suddenly thought, perhaps this is only a dream. If so, these houses and streets are not real, and I can change them at will. Therefore I resolve, if I am dreaming, that I shall come to the sea on turning this corner. And surely enough, I stepped round on firm brown sand, with a low tide rising over a dark parallel reef of rock." Unquote. This writer adds, quote, "I know that people often struggle to awake from unpleasant dreams, but never heard of any other instance of deliberately changing one." Unquote. It is very curious. The identity of the dream place with Edinburgh, and yet attended with such strange circumstances, may be compared with Miss Cobb's dream of Harley Street, which was Harley Street, and yet had shops instead of dwelling-houses. Some of my correspondents dreamed of making up their dream scenery out of pictures, and the dream pictures and dream scenery seem to run and dissolve into each other without any trouble, and with very excellent results. With these dreams of beautiful scenery may be associated the hearing of beautiful sounds. This, I think, is far more rare, but at least one correspondent writes to me of such musical dreams. Quoting, "There are dreams of beautiful scenery, such as the waking eyes have never beheld, of extraordinary music, mostly heard at a distance." Unquote. In this connection, I may say that dreams of hearing are much less common than dreams of scenery in general. Dreams in order of frequency follow the same order of frequency in which impressions of the waking senses are received. We receive many more sight impressions than hearing impressions, more hearing impressions than smelling impressions, and so on. Dreams follow the same order in the scale of frequent occurrence. Sight dreams are most frequent, Hearing dreams come second, dreams of smell, touch, and taste third in order. It is interesting to note, in this connection, that naturally blind people, as I am told, never dream of seeing things, and those who have lost their sight by illness or accident soon cease to have dreams containing sight impressions. I presume that it is the same mutatis mutandis, or necessary alteration, with those who have lost their hearing, and so in the case of all the senses. One correspondent, who comments quite truly on the greater frequency of visual dreams than those which convey the impressions made by any other sense, makes also a noteworthy suggestion as follows, quoting, "With regard to the dream of beautiful and strange scenery, which I know very well, it would, I think, be interesting to discover if it is best known to those who study landscape paintings attentively. I have been inclined to think that such a study does supply a good deal of the material for these dreams." Unquote. Two of my correspondents write of dreaming a great deal of the sea or other large expanse of water, and possibly these should be grouped under the same head as dreams of strange and beautiful scenery in general, by which I mean arise from the same occult cause. One of these correspondents, who also notes the common yet curious fact of certain dreams often being repeated at one period of life and deserting the dreamer in favor of other dreams frequent at another period, writes the following, quote, "At one time in my life, I was constantly dreaming of the sea. I was on it or by the seashore. Sometimes it was calm and the sun shining, but more frequently the waves were rough and tempestuous. We did not live by the sea. I am not fond of it, nor was I interested in anyone connected with the sea that would account for it. But now that dream has completely left me, and I never dream of the sea." Unquote. The dream scenery is not here, as it is in some cases, more beautiful than any that the waking eye has ever rested on. That is, to quote another correspondent, "I find myself wandering in some ideally lovely country, under skies perhaps glowing with wonderful sunset colors, or in fields full of strange new flowers." Unquote. I greatly regret that these charming fancies never come to delight my own sleeping hours, although I believe myself to be gifted with a tolerable appreciation of natural beauties, and greatly admire landscape painting. In the experience of one of my correspondents, the scenery seems to change as in a magic lantern show. He writes, quote, "Dreams of changing landscape were sufficiently prominent in my experience to be classified as dissolving view dreams. I had often the experience of finding myself in a strange city and endeavoring in vain to discover where I was. These dreams belong chiefly to the later period of my life." Unquote. This dreamer also notes the much greater frequency of dreams in youth than in later life. I believe this to be a common experience, and it may perhaps be attributable to the stronger power of the reason in later life, in some degree. So lively is the pleasure that this dream of strange and beautiful scenery brings those who are lucky enough to enjoy it, that one correspondent previously quoted says of the delightful flying dream itself, that it is only exceeded in pleasurable sensation by that of one which might be classed as the dream of discovering new and beautiful scenery in familiar haunts of one's waking hours. So much do we unfortunately prosaic people lose who do not have this illusion of lovely dream scenery. G. Instances of the dream of death. So many people tell me that they dream of their own death and of their existence after death, or of death narrowly escaped, that it seems to me as if dreams that have this tragic subject for their central figure ought to form a class apart in any attempted classification. Where the dream is one of death narrowly escaped, it seems to be something very like the bogey dream, but there is none of the sense of semi-paralysis of the limbs preventing escape from an oncoming danger, and it differs from the bogey dream by more distinct definition of the fate impending, no less a fate than death. And yet it is not in all cases a disagreeable dream. We have already noticed the case of the dreamer who was often eaten by wolves, and did not seem much to mind it. Indeed, it hardly seemed that the notion of death was inevitably attached to the eating, although in the waking state such a fate would be more than likely to cause death. That, however, is no argument at all that it should do so in dreams. A very quaint and naive death dream is related by another of my correspondents, quoting, "I was wandering along a lonely seaside, and came upon a young woman whom I knew at once was born on the same day and moment as myself, and who was my own height. We went about together and saw castles and houses and scenery. Then she looked at me and kissed me, and I died. And yet, strange to say, I went about trying to find her, that I might kiss her as she had kissed me. This dream was a long one, and under its influence I wrote a lot of doggerel, which exists somewhere among my papers and begins, 'Twas in the early morning, when dreams, they say, are true, just as the sun was rising, changing the gray to blue." Unquote. Unhappily, I cannot say what it was that was in the early morning, but the 2 lines are well up to the average of the dream compositions, in spite of the stories of Kubla Khan and the rest of them. A good observation made by this correspondent is that it is interesting to notice, quote, "the strange intuitions in dreams. We see unknown people, but seem at once to know who they are and their history. We see places and know all about them by intuition." Unquote. An instance in point is his own young lady of the fatal kiss on the lonely shore. And for places is Miss Cobb finding herself in a street that she knows to be Harley Street, though it has shops all down each side, whereas there is not a shop in all the dreary length of Harley Street in waking life, at least none that I remember. Some dreams seem to be of the death dream type in their early stages, but progress no further than the first stage, as in the case of the dreamer before quoted, who writes, "Several times I have dreamed of dying, but have always awaked before the end, and have never in my dream felt much pain." Unquote. I think this is always, and perhaps necessarily, the case, that one does not feel intense pain. Any dream sensation carried to a severe pitch seems to wake one, but very intense emotion, as of pleasure, may be experienced without waking. Possibly physiology may have some explanation of that to offer, but I do not know of any. One correspondent writes, quote, "If I am killed, as has happened more than once, I contemplate my state with amused curiosity. Such dreams, however, rarely come. I remember vividly 1 or 2 dreams of my childhood, notably one about hell, which always interested me to remember, partly because my hell was very prosaic, and all the people knew they would get to heaven by and by." Unquote. Evidently, there was nothing distressing in this dreamer's experience of either death or the life after death, although it was spent in the wrong place. And, curiously enough, even in the not uncommon case of dreaming a death by violence, there is comparatively little pain accompanying that death. Thus, one writes, quote, "I have suffered execution, always of course condemned innocently, under, I believe, all the known forms, except burning. I have been hanged, strangled, guillotined, beheaded in the old-fashioned way, etc. And I can give as my experience that being shot, as in a military execution, is of all the least terrible and the most painless. In each case, the dream continues until the suffering is over, only one wakes to common life instead of the life beyond." Unquote. Now, although this dreamer writes of suffering, yet the chief point that this same correspondent makes against me is that the dream world is one of delight rather than of the disagreeable on the whole. And I really do not see how this could be so in his experience if all these dreams of execution were accompanied by anything at all like the sharp, if short, pain that they must cause in waking life. The dreamer, at the end of the letter, asks, quote, Is not the theory that all dreams are a recollection, however confused and distorted, of some former experience, contradicted by the execution dream?" Unquote. Well, the answer seems to be yes. Such a theory would seem to be contradicted by such a dream. But we would ask, has such a theory ever been advanced seriously? Recollections of what we have received through the senses may indeed be a very large part of the stuff of dreams, but they include all that we have heard with the ears, read or seen with the eyes, in pictures or in life, and so on. The idea that all our dreams are far-off echoes of personal experience is surely too far-fetched to be taken very gravely. A curiously detailed death dream is related by one of those who have been good enough to write to me. It is given as follows, quoting, "I was in the streets of this little town and was pursued by a number of Russian sailors who were doing their best to shoot me. I ran down the pier with bullets singing about me, dived from the end and tried to swim up alongside it under the water to the shore. Then, suddenly, I found myself on shore, and I shall never forget the exquisite feeling of lightness and freedom which possessed me. But all at once I caught sight of my own body lying on the beach. I knew that I was not dead, and that I might be revived if prompt measures were taken. Some men stood near, and I moved to them and tried to tell them what I wished, but found I could not make myself felt, heard, or seen. Then the thought flashed through me, I am a ghost, and my first idea was that it would be good fun to frighten the men. Then came a sudden realization of the fact that I was cut off from the living world, which filled me with the wildest terror and horror. I shrieked out at the men and tried to strike them, but with no effect. They, however, just then saw my body, dragged it up, and began trying to revive me. I felt myself being drawn back into the body, and then I awoke." Unquote. About time, too, we should think. But though sensations of terror and horror are mentioned, there seem to have been no actually painful sensations, even in this dream of such vivid reality and circumstances apparently so distressing. I very much like the account of another correspondent, who writes, quote, "I thought I had died, and was ushered into a large barn-like hall where we were told we would find our souls. Each was to pick out his own, and to appear with it for judgment. The souls were piled at one end of the building and resembled blow bladders. The dream vanished during the hunt for our souls." Unquote. Distinctly, this was a pity. Sometimes we go away with the wrong hat from an evening party, sometimes better than our own, sometimes worse. Even that is vexatious. It would be infinitely more annoying to make a mistake in the souls and have to go through eternity badly fitted with the wrong one. A correspondent quoted above says that, in dreams of hell, this place is found too prosaic to be agreeable. It is almost the same feeling to which another correspondent naively confesses on finding himself not there but in heaven, its antipode. Giving no description of it, he merely says, quote, "I am always glad to awake from this dream, as the knowledge that I am in heaven always seems to give me a feeling of constraint." Unquote. It almost seems as if this must be one of the unfortunates that had got fitted with the wrong soul, not quite equal to the exalted circumstances. Regarding these and other forms of the death dream, it seems that they are so various that one can hardly find any common type for them. They have the common feature of absence of severe pain, which would be unlikely to attend the circumstances if they were real. But this is not at all distinctive of the death dream. It is common to all dream experience, and probably it must be so, that the dreamer would awake if the pain became severe, even in the illusion. I have grouped these few instances together under the heading of the death dream, but really they have not any features in common. There is no constancy about them. The features do not repeat themselves, as they do in the falling and flying dreams. They ought really, perhaps, to be just left in the jumble of dreams in general, unclassified and suggested, so far as we can conjecture, by no single common cause. Whereas in the case of the other dreams, wherein certain features do repeat themselves constantly, there is every reasonable ground to the contrary for conjecturing that there is a common cause for each instance of their occurrence, if only we could find it. The death dreams seem to come under one heading by virtue only of the accident that, in each, death is either imminent, present, or past. The manner of its apparent occurrence seems quite a matter of chance. H. Instances of the dream of certain houses or places. An interesting class of dreams is that of the dream in which the sleeper finds himself frequently in a certain house or room that is familiar to him in dreams, but quite unknown to his waking hours. By many letters I am reminded that I ought to refer to this class of dream fantasies, although perhaps for want of sufficient inventive faculty, I have no dream houses for my own habitation. Again, as in the case of beautiful dream scenery enjoyed by some fortunate ones, I have to lament my own private limitations. The best story in which a dream house of this kind plays a part has been told often before. Whether it has ever been published I do not know, nor care. It is good enough to tell twice, and too good to be grudgingly guarded by copyright. A certain lady dreamed frequently of a certain house until it had become exceedingly familiar to her. She knew all its rooms, its furniture. It was well known to her as that in which she lived her waking life, and, like a good wife who has no secrets from her husband, she often talked over all the details of this very pleasant fancy with him. One day, the husband and wife went into the country to see a house that they thought of taking for the summer months. They had not yet seen it, but the account in the house agent's listing had attracted them. When they arrived before it, they gave a simultaneous exclamation of surprise, and the husband said, "Why, it is your dream house!" And so it was. No one who is acquainted with house agent listings and the houses described in them will be the least surprised at their failure to recognize it from the description given. Naturally, they were greatly interested to find that the house corresponded in every detail with the particulars of the dream house. The coincidence attracted them, and they took the house. In the course of their occupancy, they learned that the house had the reputation of being haunted, that several people before them had taken it for short terms, but had seen, or fancied they had seen, something, and had left before their term of tenancy expired. So uncanny was the reputation of this apparently quite reputable house that, had these new tenants not brought their own old servants with them, it is likely they would have had some difficulty in whipping up a domestic staff. The new tenants dwelt in the house with all satisfaction and peace through the summer months, until their term of tenancy came to an end. On leaving, husband and wife expressed their satisfaction to the local agent. The wife said, "The only thing that we were disappointed in about the house is that we never saw the ghost." "Oh no," said the agent, "we knew you would not see the ghost." "What do you mean?" asked the wife, rather nettled. One never likes the suggestion that one is too obtusely prosaic to be a recipient of the supernatural. "Oh," the agent repeated, "we knew you would not see the ghost. You are the ghost that people have always seen here." No doubt it is rather a shock to find that even in life one can officiate as a first-class bogey and frighten people out of their wits without knowing it. But is it not a capital story? Perhaps it has had some chiffons embroidered onto it, but the evidence is very strong for telepathic influences. It is easy to dismiss it as all humbug, but that is not a scientific attitude to take up. In looking at these things that it does not understand, science ought to be reminded now and then of the view that it took for a long while about mesmerism. It would take no view of it at all, shut its eyes to it, and declare in fact, and in long words, that it was all humbug. Science came a cropper once, so for the future she had better imitate a little more the prudent gait of Agag. However, all this is too previous, not to say presumptuous. This dream of the dream house has led us into the hard places of telepathy. Let us come back to the comparatively solid ground of our dream houses. There are plenty of them, but none of the other stories are nearly as good as this one. The digression was worth making. I will now quote, in brief, one or two extracts from letters that speak of dream rooms and dream houses that have no counterpart in the waking knowledge of their dreamers. One correspondent writes, quote, I have dream places to which I go occasionally, and which I have never seen when awake. One is nothing more interesting than a railway station, whence trains appear to start at different platforms for everywhere. Unquote. Another writes, quote, I often dream of being in a familiar place, generally a house, while all the details of the place or house are either far more like some other place or house, or quite different from all I know, and yet I never feel puzzled nor doubt their identity. Unquote. This, yet again, is like Miss Cobb's Harley Street, with the shops. Yet another correspondent, writing not of his personal experience, but of one communicated to him, says, quote, I know two persons who have each had a dream house, that is, a house unlike any house they have seen in waking life, but which they visit in their dreams, so that they are quite familiar with its rooms and passages, and, in fact, call it their house. Unquote. These are just a few extracts giving instances of what I believe to be a large class of dreams. Instances, of course, vary immensely in interest, from the finished sketch presented by the one first noted, down to the mere uneventful dream of some place or house unfamiliar to waking sense. I. Instances of the dream of hearing a distinct voice. Visual dreams, dreams in which the impressions appear to come in through the eyes, though the eyes of sense are closed, are far more frequent, as we have said, than dreams in which most of the impressions seem to be felt through the medium of the other senses. But a very common and frequent dream is that of hearing a voice speaking in the room. In the most common form of this dream, the voice speaks loudly, briefly, sometimes calling the dreamer by name, so that he startles awake and has difficulty in believing that a real person has not been in the room addressing him. Thus, a correspondent writes of it with vivid descriptive power. Quoting, One feature of dreams is very distinct and peculiar, that of hearing a voice addressing one very loud and clear. It apparently has nothing to do with any dream one is indulging in, but rings out with marvelous distinctness from the surrounding space, and gives one the strangest possible conviction that some being has addressed one. It is so much louder and arrests one so infinitely more completely than ordinary dream voices. Unquote. This last remark is quite true. The voice heard in this way has a distinctness quite different from the ordinary conversations heard in dreams, so much so that one is disposed to think it must be due to some effect on the auditory nerve. At all events, the impression seems different from the impression of voices as commonly heard in dreams, not only in degree, but in kind. Another correspondent writes no less strikingly, quoting, The dream of hearing a well-known voice suddenly, close to, I have had, but very rarely. On one occasion, it made a specially vivid impression on me. I had just fallen asleep when I was awoke and heard my name being called, clearly and distinctly, by one of my brothers, apparently just outside my door. And in the very moment of waking, I heard it again, as loudly as before. This brother was going to start early next morning on a natural history expedition, and I, thinking he had forgotten some of his directions, jumped up instantly and opened the door. I was fearfully startled at seeing there was no one there. But as I knew he had not had time to go away again, I concluded it must have been a dream, though it seemed almost incredible. But for the fear of being thought superstitious, I should have gone to his room, which was in quite a different part of the house, to see if he was ill, and I felt very real relief when he returned safe and sound from his expedition. Afterwards, I thought his voice might have been that of another brother who had died a few years ago and might mean something, but nothing ever came of it." Unquote. It is quite clear that, in the quality of distinctness and emphasis, these impressions are quite different from the ordinary talks that we seem to hear in a dream. J. Instances of the story dream. In my first tentative essay on the subject of dreams, which elicited so many letters from kindly correspondents, I venture to remark that it was very rare indeed to dream of any incident in which oneself was not the central figure, the hero of the drama, so to say. The responses of my correspondents have showed me that this is a remark that must be greatly modified. So many describe themselves as often being in the attitude of spectators towards a drama that is being enacted before their eyes in their dreams, or of a story that is being told in which they have no part. Yet, in one or two of these cases, I see that my correspondents say that they gradually become drawn, as in the inconsequent manner of dreams, into the drama after listening for a while as audience, and forthwith play their part in it gallantly enough. A few instances will suffice for explanation and illustration. Sometimes the dreamers seem to have done a little of both at the same time, acting and looking on at the same time, as though gifted with the apparent dual personality which we have seen to run through so much of the dream delusion. One of my correspondents writes, quoting, "It happens to me in dreams that I am reading a most thrilling and fascinating story, or partly reading and partly acting it. These tales, each of which seems to me at the time to be the finest story in the world, I never seem to remember afterwards, or if I do remember them, I remember only parts of them. I find them most extraordinarily feeble and inept, nothing but fairy gold. I also, many years ago, had a most curious dream in which I found myself an elderly, stout person, answering to the name of Major, and leading a hunt for a horse thief in some foreign country. The curious part of it was that though within the Major, I seemed to be rather a spectator behind the scenes of his being than the man himself." Unquote. Most uncomfortable for the Major, one might imagine, but the experience is singularly interesting. Some will be inclined to see in it evidence of dual personality again. Another writes, quote, "Often in my dreams there is a whole vivid background of imaginary past, which I have not gone through the process of dreaming, so far as I know. Sometimes I dream a kind of story or drama in which I often seem to be acting the part of one of the characters, while sometimes at the same moment looking on in my own person as spectator, watching the story develop. I never act in real life." Unquote. This is the kind of dream experience that suggests, obviously enough, the dual personality. A similar account, interesting both in its points of likeness with this and differences from it, is contributed by another correspondent. Quoting, "Often I dream a bit of a story in which I am generally the hero or heroine, for though a woman in fact, at night I sometimes become a man, a warrior, a hero, or a monk. But sometimes I am not in the dream at all, and sometimes I begin by reading the story. I dream I see it printed in a book, and then by degrees the book vanishes, and the puppets live, myself among them probably. I often know that it is a dream, and I sometimes dream that I know what is coming, because I have dreamt it before, which my waking memory does not confirm." Unquote. Chapter 5. Interpretations. For the interpretation of dreams, I intend to crib somewhat from Seafield, with every possible apology for paying him the compliment, and will further crib from Seafield himself a passage to justify my very cribbing from him. Thus, in writing of a crib that he himself is making from the Encyclopedia Metropolitana of the interpretations of Gabdor Rahman, the euphoniously named Arabian, Seafield says, quoting, There is no overwhelming claim to immortality in the abstract. At least such a claim is rarely conceded." Unquote. So we may fairly deal with Seafield according to his own measure. Indeed, I did not want to crib from him any more than extracts from the interpretation of this Arabian with the long name, of Artemidorus and others. If Seafield should object, I could tell him that I had extracted them from the originals, as I might do equally well. This Arabian interpreter was translated into French by Wattier, and published in a book by the name of L'Oneirotique Musulman. The man who undertakes the interpretation of dreams must be wise and good. Explanations are to be drawn from the Quran and from the words of Muhammad. Proverbs and words in dreams realize themselves either to the very letter of the fulfillment or else to its contrary, and dreams vary their meaning according to the character of the dreamer. If a good man dream that his hands are tied, it only signifies his aversion to evil. But if a wicked man dreams the same dream, it signifies his sins and their punishment. Dreams dreamed just before dawn are the most likely to come true, a view which the Arabians shared with the Greeks and Romans, and those that come in the afternoon siesta are also to be trusted. Especially are dreams likely to come true if they occur at the season when the fruit is ripe. Trees, birds, and beasts of prey generally denote men, but with distinctions. Thus, a palm tree denotes a useful man or an Arab, the two probably synonymous in the eye of this Arabian interpreter with the terrific name. A walnut tree denotes a foreigner and an idle cackler, because, notice the logic, the walnuts rattle in their shell. A bird denotes a traveler, generally, no doubt because of its locomotive gifts. The planets have their place in dreams. Saturn signifying the Chief Justice, Mars the Commander-in-Chief, Jupiter the Lord Treasurer or Chamberlain, Venus the Queen, and Mercury the Home Secretary. Mercury, we may remember, was a god of thieves, but we may hope that this is not to be taken as any reflection on our own official who holds the post designated as Home Secretary, for those are only Seafield's approximations to offices of an Oriental court, as I understand them, according to the description of Gabdor-Rahman, modified by the translation of Wattier. So the approximation is not likely to be very exact, nor need the Right Honorable Secretary feel aspersion cast on his right honorableness. White and red grapes are wonderfully fortunate things to dream about. Quote, "They are indeed the juice of the good things of this world," says Seafield, apparently in quotation from Wattier's translation of our long-named friend, who perhaps thought all the better of the grape's juice because it was forbidden him, as a good Mohammedan. But all sorts of ill befalls from dreaming of the black grape, because Noah held it in his hand while he cursed his son, and so caused it to turn black. Apparently, those old Orientals dreamed strange dreams, for our guide goes on to say that, quote, "To dream that we have our heads beneath our shoulders, without their being severed at the neck, is a sign of dismissal by a superior, and of consequent poverty," unquote. Then there is a good deal more, about the growing of hair, its changing color, and so on. All these being dreamed about mean something, as we say. As for tongues, quote, "He who dreams that his tongue has grown to an immoderate length will vanquish his opponent in argument, if he be engaged in any controversy. But if otherwise, he will utter much folly and ribaldry. But under all circumstances, and on every occasion, few dreams can be more fortunate than that in which a man sees the tongue of his wife amputated at the root." Unquote. If any man that is married does not see the rationale of this last interpretation, I am quite sure that the long-named Arabian would advise him to go and ask his wife the meaning of it. He is not a little of a cynic, I imagine, apparently not a thoroughly domesticated man, as we would say. According to him, quote, "Each tooth points to a different relation. The two in front denote children, brother and sister. The next two, uncles, aunts, and cousins, and so on to the more remote. But the Caliph al-Mansur took a sure mode of obtaining a happy prognostic when he dreamed that his complete set fell from his jaws." Unquote. The first interpreter he consulted on this told him that he and all his relatives would die, so the Caliph sent that man away, telling him that he had an evil tongue, and consulted another dream-teller, who said the dream meant that he would outlive all his relations. Al-Mansur liked this a great deal better, and gave the good prophet 10,000 drachmas of gold. The moral for dream-seers is that it behooves them to be courtiers. According to our Arabian, a man engaged to be married dreamed that his plighted bride was changed into an Ethiopian dwarf. Quoting, "Hasten to complete your nuptials," was the advice to be drawn from the dream, "for the blackness of the bride signifies great riches, the smallness of her stature, brevity of days." Unquote. All seems to have gone merry as a marriage bell with this affectionate bridegroom. He married the bride, she brought him great wealth, and died in a few days, the groom inheriting all her fortune. Such is, according to our dream-teller, obviously the whole duty of a woman. There are many other given modes of signification in dreams. Horses of different colors mean different things. It is lucky to dream about a donkey, and so on to a tedious length. It is perhaps useful to know what you should do on awaking from a bad dream. Quoting, "It is prudent to spit on the left side and ask divine protection from Satan." Unquote. Of course, the Magi, and all such Oriental wise men, were great on the interpretation of dreams. There is a canon of dream meanings that is attributed to Astrampsychos. I am not very clear on whether this was an individual of that name which collected such interpretations, or whether they were merely attributed to him as being strung together by disciples of his school. In any case, it does not matter much, and perhaps it is all the more in accord with the subject that a certain haziness should brood over the authorship of this canon. There is nothing very noteworthy about the canon, which it is not worthwhile to transcribe at length. Seafield has it all. At least, I think there is no more of it than he gives. This point is worth mentioning, that several of the maxims show an appreciation of the notion that we in our English language express by saying that dreams go by contraries. It is known that this is a view held by the old Persians, and if it were not otherwise known, it might be inferred very obviously and surely from this following canon. Quoting, "Laughter in sleep presages difficult circumstances. To weep in sleep is a sign of the utmost joy. If any one offers incense to you, it portends misfortune." Unquote. On the other hand, the vast majority are interpretations from analogy, so to say, accepting the dream in an allegorical sense. Thus, quoting, "To wash the hands denotes the release from anxieties. To be dead signifies freedom from anxiety. To shiver a sword signifies the crushing of our foes." Unquote. Black, in various forms, is a bad color in dreams. It is bad in clothes and bad in horses. One maxim runs, quoting, "The sight of a hare portends an unlucky journey." Unquote. Has not this idea still some existence? The maxim which goes, "The sight of a mouse bespeaks favorable circumstances," is one for which the reason is not readily apparent. One interesting maxim is, quoting, "For a blind man to see is the best possible omen." Unquote. It is said by modern people that the dreams of the blind are never occupied with seeing, and that if one who has been able to see loses his sight, his dreams soon lose all visual character, and occupy themselves only with impressions of other senses. This is a point that might be much better studied in the East, where disease of the eye is unhappily so very common, and so little understood, where, in fact, as George Borrow said of Spain, ophthalmia and occultists are equally to be feared. I will only quote two other maxims from this canon, quoting, "To swim in the sea forebodes bitter sorrow," unquote, and quoting, "To dream in the daytime of swimming in the sea is good," unquote. The interest of these contradicting maxims is that they introduce us to an idea that is frequent enough as a principle of dream interpretation in the East. The idea that the time at which a dream is dreamed makes a difference in its significance. So strongly was this idea held by the Persians that there is a canon of dream interpretation existing in the languages of Persia and also in the dialect of Gujarat, in which the significance of the dreams is made entirely dependent on the day of the month in which they are dreamed, and apparently entirely independent of the character of the dreams themselves. Quoting from this canon, "On the first day of the month, the dream will be good, the significance clear, but the dream must not be told to anyone till it is fulfilled." This prudent clause survives. And on the second day, dreams will come true within 4 days, but they are apt to delude, owing apparently to doubtful significance. According to this canon, dreams will generally come true on the 4th, 5th, and 6th days. On the 3rd day, dreams will not come true. Many are more or less indifferent days. As we speak of good, bad, or indifferent days for scent when hunting or shooting, so there are good, bad, and indifferent days for dreaming in this Sifat-i-Siroja. But the dreamer has the advantage of knowing the character of the days beforehand. Curiously enough, though each day has its own guardian angel in the Persian conception, the character of the angel seems to have had little connection with the character of the dreams dreamed on that day. The 17th day is the day of Serash, the angel who presides over learning, and yet this is a very bad day for dreaming, as all the dreams on this day will prove false. Even the day of Depdin, who is God himself, as it is translated, that is to say, the 23rd of the month, is an inauspicious day, and, quote, "Whatever may be dreamed of ought to be kept secret," unquote. Astrampsychos, whoever he was, although he wrote in Greek, was an Oriental, like the author or collator of the Sifat-i-Siroja, so far as the heritage of his dream interpretation goes. Macrobius, who had something to say about dream interpretations in the 4th century, was probably a Greek, though he lived at Rome. Macrobius has a 5-fold division of dreams, and again a 5-fold subdivision. This would not be so interesting if it was not that Artemidorus makes use of the same division, he who is the greatest interpreter of all, and the man on whose writings all the chap-books are composed that peddlers still sell at fairs, such as the Royal Book of Dreams, etc. I do not know whether one derived the division from the other. Probably both picked it up from opinions floating in the air at the time when the interpretation of dreams was an affair of very considerable importance. The divisions of Macrobius, then, were as follows. 1. Somnium, the kind of dream that revealed things in an allegory, the special subject of interpretation. 2. Visio, a vision seen in a waking state of trance or delusion. Obviously, this is not in the modern sense a dream at all. It is not an operation of the mind during sleep. 3. Oraculum, a dream sent by the deity in consequence of sleeping in a certain place, as in Apollo's temple. 4. Insomnium, the disconnected, incoherent fancies incapable of interpretation, of which, in fact, most dreams consist. And 5. Visum, which appears to be equivalent to what we might call a visual nightmare, a dream in which some object appeared but no dramatic sequence of incidents occurred. This last, again, does not admit any interpretation. The oraculum, it appears, does require explanation often, but it is generally for the priest of the temple to do the explaining. The visum is too clear to need interpretation. Therefore, there is only left the somnium, the kind of dream that Macrobius again divides with a five-fold classification, a classification which St. Augustine virtually adopted in his Liber Exhortationis, according to Seafield. Perhaps this gives them an added interest. At all events, their enumeration will not take long. The somnium is divided then into the following. 1. Proprium, where the dreamer is the principal person of the dream. 2. Alienum, where someone else is the principal. 3. Commune, when both the dreamer and another share chief honors in the dream. 4. Publicum, when the dream is concerned with the public's welfare. I fear the average Englishman is hardly enough of a politician for such things to vex him in his sleep. And 5. Generale, when the dream is de omnibus rebus et quibusdum alias, that is, about all things and some other things. Artemidorus, that great lexicographer of dream interpretation, was an Ephesian in the reign of Antoninus Pius in the 2nd century. He seems to have given most of his life to his work, traveling about collecting instances of hearsay and by reading, and, in the end, producing a book which was first printed in the 16th century in Venice, and which is the groundwork of all the systems of dream interpretation that have been published since. All are copies of Artemidorus, more or less consciously. I do not know that there is much system or method to be observed in the interpretation that he presents. The entire subject is one that has quite lost its practical interest for the cultured of today. However, it does have a certain historical interest, for it is quite sure that at one time, in fact for a long period of time, the dreams that men dreamed and the meanings that they attached to them exercised a very practical influence on their actions and conduct. I think I shall quite satisfy the historical interest by giving not the whole canon of interpretation from Artemidorus and his followers, but a certain selection from it, to show what the whole is like. I have selected interpretations that seem to apply to the dreams which I gather to be most frequent from the correspondence that I have received, so that the modern dreamer may be amused by seeing what his own dreams would have meant to a man of old times, had it happened that these olden men had dreamed them. It is a little singular that the dreams which we have seen to be most common do not seem to have occurred to these old fellows who used to attach such mighty importance to all that they did in dreams, with any such frequency as to call for a special comment. There is some reference to the meaning of falling down a precipice, but not such reference as we should expect, seeing how common the dream is now. And there is no reference at all to flying. But it is not to be believed that a people who paid great attention to most of the circumstances of dreams would not have paid any at all to the very remarkable circumstance of flight. Possibly the explanation is that they were so much occupied with the story, the dramatic chain of events, that one single incident in a dream, such as the flight or the fall, would not seize their attention very strongly. Evidently, the dream of death was recognized, and fairly frequent with them, and they had their interpretation ready for it, cut and dried. Raphael's Royal Book of Dreams, that was published sometime in the last century, is occupied chiefly with a kind of spirit writing, and gave indication of meanings by a series of ciphers. This is not meant for an explanation of the system, but only to show that it does not hang on the interpretation of the ancients, that it is, therefore, without any historical interest, and could only be believed even by its author on the assumption that he was rather crack-brained. I like very much the allegorical dream of angling, signifying trouble, and bagpipes, signifying contention. They are great cynics, these dream interpreters. To dream of funerals seems always good, because of the inheritance you shall receive from the dead. On the whole, so far as we can trace any principle on which the dreams are here interpreted, it is always the simple principle of direct allegory. To dream of black is bad, of white good. So far as we see, there is no idea here of dreams going by contraries, as in the Persian code, although we have this proverb in our talk. Thus ends the abridged audiobook version of Horace G. Hutchinson's The Meaning of Dreams. 2 additional chapters are available in the print version. If you have enjoyed this work, please consider purchasing a physical copy, available on Amazon. Above all, thanks for listening.